And luckily, what you'll see within the line item budget, we get to that point, for a lot of it, I haven't actually done a budget amendment for this. And I don't think that we're going to have to require a budget amendment in all departments. Some departments, yes, but I think that we're actually going to be able to be in budget. We're not going to have to do a budget amendment for all of that. So that's a good.
That's
thing.
great. That is good.
Next page 19, Lou did the salary study. That was for the non-public safety employees. That was implemented last year, and 197, about 198 was the total cost for that. I do believe that this year she's going to do a salary study for the public safety employees. I think she's trying to split it up. Page 20, that was my baby. That was the financial software upgrade. We've implemented phase 1 of that. We've had some setbacks. COVID-19 was kind of a setback. We've had some staffing shortages. Every person in my office was out due to COVID at one point. And there were some issues on their end with COVID as well. But we're soon scheduled to implement phase 2. Phase 2 is going to be the big one. That's going to include the utilities and taxes. I've talked about it a million times. I'm so always very excited to talk about it. I think on the customer end, that's going to be the most impactful for customers. We were able to use some CARES Act fund this year and get a couple add-ons that I'm also very excited about. We were able to get some resident self-serve portals on the website. So residents can go on the website and report outages, report problems, things of that nature. There's a self-service portal for planning and zoning. So that's going to be great. And another thing is the phone payments. So we constantly are getting calls. Hey, I'd like to make a payment. We do currently offer the credit card feature, but we're by law not allowed to take payments over the phone. It's not legal. But when we implement this, they'll be able to call, they get routed to an automated service, they can get their real-time balances, and they can make a payment right then and there. So I'm very excited to implement
Will
that.
this be able to be used for other departments like Parks and Rec, for example, when they have something that requires a fee? Could they call and make a payment over the phone that way?
They may
as well?
be able to. It depends on how we set it up.
Okay.
I know that online they'll be able to do it.
Okay, great.
So that'll be good. Next thing was we had planned to do some. Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to ask you, the 67,000, is that in addition to the 100,000?
So that's the total cost this year. So it was not in addition.
Okay,
Because we split it up.
Correct, yes. So the original budget was 58, and so that was the original portion. And then the 9,000 were the add-ons that I used CARES Act funds. And I did not sign like a multi-year contract. So if some of these things don't work out for us, we do not have to rebudget that.
Before you move on, Sam, on the timing of phase 2, how long do you think it'll take to implement?
Well, it's really taken longer than I would have liked. I had hoped to be live at this point, because the auditor said, we had so many issues with our taxes and utilities specifically.
Right.
But we're kind of on a crunch because I do not want to have to pay the other company. So I've kind of just put the pressure on them. I'm hoping by the end of the fiscal year. And not only that, but we have server issues. And that server that we're using, that thing's got to go.
Right.
So
Okay.
I'm trying to speed that up as best as I can. We had also planned to do some upgrades to the town hall. We were able to use some CARES Act funds for that, so that saved some of our fund balance. We did put the front counter glass enclosure there. It's got some ups and downs. I think it serves the purpose as far as providing that barrier. I would like to have had it, maybe a little bit better design, but maybe that's something we need to look at in the future, just kind of redesigning that front counter.
And we did do some different flooring up front. I think that was the last fiscal year. We have monies budgeted to do some other improvements. We had Aaron give the carpet in the office way a cleaning, and we've had others clean it in the past and it didn't make any difference. I don't know what Aaron did different, but it looks a lot better.
Good.
So I don't look to replace that carpet in this fiscal year anymore. We can get a few more out of it.
Did you want to talk about this one? This is the library rain gutters. Randy, that's page 22.
Yeah, page 22. We have issues with groundwater coming up and saturating the carpet here, and then we have similar issues on the other side for the library. And as near as we can tell, talking with the roofing companies, It's a matter of the roof water not getting away from the building. So we also have some drainage issues on that southeast corner of this building. I don't know if you've ever paid attention to the brick right on the front corner. You can see water routinely cascades down. We got something up there that we got to fix. So what we're going to be doing is putting a very large rain gutter on either side, you know, because that parapet wall out front, it looks like a flat roof. It's actually pitched, which is good. But again, the water comes off the roof, hits the ground and stays right there. And then it comes through and wicks up into the wall boards. We're going to put a very large rain gutter on either side, and we're going to drain it to the front and discharge it out onto the surface in the parking lot to get that water away from the sides of the building here.
So we don't have any gutters on this building at all.
We do, but they don't affect, they bring the water off the roof and just drop it on the ground.
in the
Three
ground.
spots here and 3 spots over there. It doesn't channel it out and get it away from the building.
Yeah.
And it's not large enough. When you get a heavy rain, I mean, if you're standing there, it just shoots right over the rain gutter. You know, this would be large enough to capture and carry all that water to the front, and we get rid of it away from the building. In the back is something I'm gonna have the guys do. It's always a swamp back there. We're just gonna have them dig a deep hole, 8 by 8, 10 by 10, put a sump pump jar in it, fill it full of gravel, and then, you know, the groundwater will come to that, and then we'll pump it. Again, pipe it out to the front and discharge it and get it out of the way. In the children's room, there's almost always water sitting underneath some of the floor tiles there. And, you know,
Probably mold too. though.
if we don't deal with this, we are gonna have mold problems. Right now, we don't have any, and I'd rather not have any.
Randy, we spent $48,000 last year, doing
On the roof.
So none of this other was addressed with that. It was just a coating on the roof and that was it.
Yes, it put a new, it refurbished the roof membrane up there and resealed around anything that went up through it. And the roof is tight now,
Right, we've been leaking, right, through the roof?
right?
Mhm.
It's the roof water getting in
Runoff.
The runoff.
from the ground up is where we're having problems.
So
I want to mention the way we're able to pay for this in the current year. So we had some money budgeted for the library generator. That's on page 24. That's going to come in under budget. So we'll be able to assist with those projects.
with the money we already budgeted,
Yeah,
when are we gonna get this generator moved?
well,
That generator's been sitting there for
it-
God knows how long. What's the big old look?
well, it's a heavy piece, and in order for our wheel loader to pick it up and carry it back there without sinking out of sight, we're probably gonna have to lay plywood or something down for it to drive on.
Mhm.
And then once we get it around back, we can set it, and then we can have at least getting prices on that from Elco and 2 others to put the automatic transfer switch and wire it up and actually put it in place. Kevin's got a little mechanical work to do to that engine unit, and then we should go. So I'm hoping it finally dries up. If not, we're just gonna have to bite the bullet and lay some stuff out to drive over so we don't get stuck carrying it back there.
Well, here's it is, you probably need to do it anyway.
Yeah.
Why did we tear up the cement on the side? And, it's dirt. What was the rationale for that?
Why did we tear it up?
Well, I was told that concrete was taken out, Louise, because the library thought they could have an outdoor reading
Right.
area
It's
out
supposed to
there.
be Like a lunch and reading picnic area for kids to come and read a book, have lunch, maybe even have like a little slide or something. It was supposed to be like an
The
additional,
patio would have been better on concrete, and I can't remember why there was another reason we tore.
there was.
There was another
I think
reason
there
we
was,
tore it
it
up.
was thinking with it could help with drainage too. But you're
I
right.
bet it did because the concrete, it'll go right under
Right.
the building.
There was, on top of that, I feel like there was something else.
There was something else.
It was when Brian was here.
I don't remember.
So we skipped page 23. That was the library awning. You can see that we did do the new sign. And so they've done some landscaping. I do think that they've got some more to go.
Are we
Yeah.
keeping the Japanese maples?
Anything that's out there is staying, yes. It's the ground cover underneath that they're gonna be working on. And it's time. Spring is almost here.
Okay, page 25, Randy.
25 then is to frame up an office within the town garage. that would provide, actually it'd be an office for Kevin and be out in the work area, but then it would free up an office within the office area of the town garage for a future water and sewer compliance officer. So we got $5,000 budgeted for that. And the plan was to get the materials locally from Nashville Building Supply, have it delivered over there, and then have 3 or 4 of the guys frame it up, put the drywall on. We'll do liner steel on the outside. We'll make the roof on top, some heavy plywood so we can use it for a storage area on top of that. And then we'd have to hire somebody to come in and wire up the light switch, the lights. And we get by with one of those independent heating and cooling units that you just need to install a drain line to the outside with. So Lee's got it figured out. We will almost be certain to be able to do that for all under $5,000 using our own people to do it. That's going to happen yet this fiscal year before the end of June. The other improvements that we have budgeted, there was 20,000 and a budget estimate for doing improvements around the Public Works garage, grading and shaping some of the yard areas so the stormwater flows out of it better, adding some gravel, installing security cameras, the enclosed, the chain link fence that wraps around most of that facility is old. It's rusty and doesn't look very well at all. That 20,000 is in there to replace a lot of that. And then we replace it with the chain link fence that has the louvers in it, so you can't see our mess through from the street. You know, we don't always keep the yard the most attractive thing to look at just by the nature of having all the garbage cans and the dumpsters sitting out there and some of our other stuff, a rock pile, sand pile, a pile of coal patch, that kind of thing. So we're hoping to get that done yet this fiscal year. We'll see. If we don't get moving on that within the next month, we'll probably have to rebudget this for the upcoming fiscal year. COVID kind of, I know you've heard that numerous times and you probably hear it some more, but it really did stretch out a number of these things that we were planning to do because, you know, when everything first shut down, we only had half the guys coming in for about 6 weeks and then the other, you know, staggering the crews. So a lot of things we were planning to get done, we didn't.
Well, this 20 is already budgeted.
It's budgeted. It hasn't been spent yet.
Yeah.
Page 27 then is the police department, 3 vehicles. So they got the Dodge Ram pickup and one Ford pickup purchased and upfitted. So that $150,000, I don't remember exactly. I think we're under budget for that.
Yes, I think we are.
But some of the concerns the PD still has is that, you know, some of the vehicles that we're planning on retiring, we haven't been able to and had to keep them on so that we could maintain everybody having one. And then there were some concerns that some of those haven't been maintained by staff to the point where they should have been, not mechanically, I don't believe, but
It's
What says
mechanical.
mechanic?
Well, it says mechanically and by Washington.
What exactly are these?
And why is that?
so, well, it was prior to our new chief coming. So some of those old Crown Vics, they weren't taken care of very well from my,
Maintain them. Who actually did the mechanics?
Kevin does most of the mechanics unless it's a
So
big
it's
issue.
Disparaging him or what?
So,
Well, I'm guessing it's not brought to Kevin's attention. So like, does he
Yes.
have like a monthly, you know,
Do they have a monthly?
they do now with
Okay.
Lieutenant Borkin in charge, those vehicles are
good.
tracked much better than they
I don't
had
think
been.
it's anything.
And if Kevin didn't know there was a problem, he
Right,
couldn't fix it.
Exactly, but it-
Fine to each
Can you
officer,
read?
right?
They are.
I didn't read it.
So if they're not keeping.
I read it
if they're
that
not reporting
he just not made
mechanical
aware of
problems,
these
Right.
things.
not keeping them clean like they should be, then we need to address that problem.
It has been addressed. If you have an opportunity to talk to Lieutenant Borkin, David, you know, ask him about that. He'll explain the process that's in place for it. 28 then was the police radios, and we had budgeted for portable radios and mobile radios, $5,000 for portable and $4,500 for mobile radios. And but we still need some more on that. I don't believe the whole 57 has been expended. And if you had a chance to read the notes, Nash County gave some to get everybody started, so to speak, each department within the county. And now it's up to the county or the individual municipalities to change those out and replace them. And that's what the 57,000 we budgeted and put in this year's budget is doing.
I think there's been a price increase for the upcoming year. So the price of these radios, they could go up every year. So that's another concern, The fewer we buy today, the more we're gonna have to buy tomorrow.
And then I think it said in the summary that some of the radios they gave us, you could no longer get some things they needed to make them work.
Correct.
Uh,
And the
adequate.
technology, I mean, it
Right.
does become obsolete.
Right.
So on page 29, we budgeted monies for the long rifles and they're waiting for those to come in. They've been purchased,
Okay.
Tell me why we need those.
Are we talking long rifles or are we talking shotguns?
not shotguns, rifles.
We're
What-
talking
what-
rifles?
Right.
What would they use? these
Why
for?
do
Yeah,
we
that's
need
what I'm-
rifles in this town?
I can't answer that question. That'll have to come from the chief. I'm sorry.
Even with the sheriff's office, only a select group of deputies carry rifles in their car, but every officer should have a shotgun. But why are we gonna buy long rifles?
I have,
And I don't believe this is a rifle it says the project will provide each patrol rifle or each patrol officer with a rifle or long gun. And what do we got? 8 or 10 patrol officers?
I just can't understand.
Just get us an
Where?
explanation. So we'll understand.
Will do. 30 then is the police department's, the council was gracious enough to do a budget amendment so we could take one of the 2 high-rise vehicles that we were able to get from the LESS program and get it repainted and upfitted for use in emergency situations here. And that's in process. Right now, one of them's at Rudy's Truck and Trailer and it's getting repainted. So we'll no longer have the military camouflage on it. It will be a black and a gray. And then the roof rack for the cover over the back is being manufactured or fabricated by Freedom Electric right now. And the trailers, they have not begun working on the trailers yet, but
So they're still asking for 80?
no.
That should be 40.
Well, what was requested was 80, what the council approved is 40, and that's what they're working with.
It's the fact that that was up there. I thought maybe they want an additional 40.
Well, I think it was mentioned at that time, we'd look and see how the FY '22 budget goes and see if the other vehicle could be upfitted. I don't know what that would cost. So again, that one remains to be discussed in the upcoming budget.
Okay, so next we had fire vehicles. The vehicles were purchased. Looks like he got a F-350.
That one's back ordered.
Oh, it's on
Back-
back order.
350 back order.
Yeah.
F-150.
But the chief's new command vehicle 14 he has it, he's driving around with it.
Works fine.
And his old one, I guess Kevin is driving that because the O.J. Simpson Bronco gave out finally.
Did it.
It lived long enough. On the F-350, is there any special add-ons for this vehicle or they just want, it's just a regular 350?
They got they got one that was service rated. So
Okay.
there were some.
And it hasn't come in yet, but all of its upfitting equipment is here. Like bar and radio and all that
But it's
stuff.
already been ordered.
That stuff's here. We
I'm talking
have
about the
it.
350 itself.
Yeah.
'Cause I can say, I can get a 350. I know where one sitting right now.
Well, we had, we used state contract.
Okay,
Yeah, the Sheriff's Association, where we bought those through.
okay.
Fire Station 2, we're still working away on that. I'd hoped we'd be further along with that than where we are at the present time, but Clayton Homes is agreeable to selling the town 4 acres. We had it appraised, $475,000. They said our purchase price will be what it costs them to build a new lane out of the factory, that they can pull their homes out onto Eastern Avenue and make deliveries or drive them to the sites. So last I heard from the general manager from Clayton Homes is they're still waiting for a couple bids to come in from contractors to build that. I think they're running into the same thing that the town has run into with contractors. So it's difficult to get them to come and look. And then once they do look, give us your price for it, so to speak.
But
So-
now they're asking for some more.
Well, we'll find out on the 15th. I think I told you they wanted the corporate execs for Clayton Home want to meet with the town on March 15th and talk about some economic incentives. They were thinking their land that they're selling's appraised at 475. We're going to pay them 65,000 for the land. There's value there that they want to see if, and we got Carolina Gateway Partnership is going to participate in that meeting. And Oppie and Jordan are researching some things. Well, they already have off the top of their head a number of things.
A huge tax break.
Well, that's what we're gonna
Giving this
remind
to
them.
The town.
Yeah,
That's what we're gonna remind them.
Yeah, be sure to drive that home because they.
That's what we're gonna do.
Huge tax
Yes.
break.
That's what we're gonna do.
And I would think they certainly would have known that.
That's what Randy and I were talking about. It was like they would have figured that out,
That's what
how
I'm saying.
much a
What
tax
else are they
rate they
looking
could
for?
get.
That's my
I
question.
guess
Well, it's just like we would be if we were the head of that company. We'd want to get everything we could, just like as a town, we want to get everything we can.
Yeah, but I don't make a verbal agreement with somebody, then later on down the road, I ask. them stuff.
I wouldn't speculate. Let's wait till the 15th.
Right.
Well, right,
What you
right.
say.
And what time is that meeting,
Plus by having a fire station next to your
Hey.
business, that's a
That lowers your insurance rate.
insurance.
There's some things we're gonna remind them of. It's at, when is it?
It's 15th.
It's the 15th
1:30.
at 1:30.
1:30?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. I put them on phone.
So the garbage truck, we budgeted 380 and that purchase order for the new truck came in under that. 310. That truck is scheduled to be delivered the end of April. Right now, we're,
Call us all. We're gonna have a great celebration. We're gonna have a garbage
Have a ribbon cutting
celebration.
for the truck.
well, one thing I want to advise the council, we cannot plan on that truck running for 10 years.
Mhm.
We
No.
have to program that thing for replacement within 7, preferably 5. So
5.
it's got some value when we do retire it from the main truck and put it for a backup truck that we can count on it. It's been nerve wracking this last year for the guys running the garbage route because they never knew from day to day if they were going to have a truck. I'm very thankful to the city of Rocky Mount for loaning us trucks when we were in need.
Such as they were.
We wore out our welcome with them. I'll be the first to admit it. And then, we had a run for several weeks with our rear load truck, which is designed for bulk items. And the problems we have with that,
Which one is the rear load? The one we got from Pennsylvania or the one we
No.
got from Georgia?
the one from Georgia.
Okay.
So,
Well, if the town's going to be in the garbage collecting business, then we need to have the equipment
Right, I
in order
agree.
to offer that service.
34 is a project the council approved mid fiscal year, and that's the Windy Oaks Drainage Project. Settled on option 2, which will, give us a level of service that is livable. It won't eliminate street flooding on Parr Drive and a couple of the other streets over there in all rain events, but it will for the 10-year rain event and less. This will perform. And how it handles anything greater than that is with that over the land route. Once that big pipe we're going to install on Windy Oak Drive is full of capacity, there's going to be an over the land route for anything excess. So up to the 100-year rain event, any of those subdivisions upstream that have flooded, had street flooding in the past, it's not supposed to exceed 6 inches. Now, again, there are a lot of variables with that, how much rain we had before the heavy rain comes, how fast the rain comes. We've had a rainy season here where I think we've had 18 inches of rain in the last 2 months. We haven't had a single issue over there, but it's been spread out enough where you didn't.
Is there any grant funding for this project?
Not that I was able to find,
Difficult to get stormwater.
Patsy mentioned it, but the neighborhood that they got it for was low to moderate income.
Right.
And
Issue.
we're not talking the same type of neighborhood.
Okay.
35 then is Parks and Recs, the building lease for 108 South Body Street. As you know, we finally got that up and going. It didn't happen in August, but I guess we never asked which August.
Randy, is it 1,200 a month?
It is $1,200 a month.
Okay, so how do you get to 16 per year?
I think it was 16.4. I think he forgot the 4. Because we had also 9,000 up it budgeted. We had to up it the building.
Right.
Does that come under the Parks and Recreation budget, or is that?
Yes. So just like at Town Hall, the library, I was able to use some CARES Act funding and get a front counter glass enclosure there, and that's working out well for them.
The DOC lift station rehab, that split fiscal years, we had 25,000 last year. And in this current fiscal year, we had budgeted another 100,000. That project is complete now, and it totaled $100,376. It was Ed Braswell and Sons from Rocky Mount that did that. I can tell you the guys are extremely grateful that project happened and that lift station got rehabbed. The amount of time they were spending out there trying to keep that thing up and going. It is the main lift station of the town of Nashville. Anyway, some improvements were made. Now there's internal bypass pumping in there. So if we have to take our Thompson trailer pump out, which we bought for the Elm Street lift station project, when Universal came on, to be able to keep up with that until the fallout line, until that lift station was eliminated, that pump was put out there and it basically stood there for a couple of years. And the last year, it ran a lot. It was rigged up with automatic start and floats that trip it on and trip it off in the event the electric pumps didn't work. So we have all new pumps, all new floats, all new controls out there. We should be set for another 20 years. It's been rigged up such that now it's on the prison's backup power station. So if the power goes out after a certain amount of time, the transfer switch kicks off. And when the big generators for the prison come on, this lift station comes back online also, which is really nice. That quick response sewer jetter on page 38. The guys had an experience and they're questioning, this hasn't been purchased. And at this point, I don't think it is going to be purchased. You know, we have a lot of sewer that isn't along the street. It's in the woods, the fallout lines and stuff. Our vac truck is too big to get to it. And they really question with the weight of a jet machine on a trailer, if they'd be able to pull it into some of those areas that are wet and not get stuck. So they're thinking it'd be better for a slide-in unit on the back of one of our dually pickups or trucks. So this is something we're probably going to reprogram for FY22 and not spend here.
Do you have any idea about the skid mounted sewer jetter?
As far as cost, Louise, it's probably going to be in that same dollar amount, maybe a little less, $62,000. Something similar with the enclosed trailer that hasn't been purchased yet. And Lee's essentially had to use that money for something else. You know, we had well number 6 go down unexpectedly. Actually, you know, looking back on it, the thing was 17 years old. It shouldn't have been unexpected, its failure. We should have anticipated that, been a little more proactive on that. But we got every minute of use out of that we could. Anyway.
So we're gonna need to rebudget this 10,000
Well, I'm thinking,
if we use it up.
You say you need a vehicle capable of towing the trailer.
right.
So that's, what are you talking?
So again, the guys are kind of rethinking that, thinking maybe we'll just keep the equipment on the trucks as it is now and forego the trailer. I don't know, they're gonna have to make have some more discussion on that.
I want to say just real quick, so that sewer jetter, we had budgeted to use capital reserves for that project. So I'm going to treat this a little bit differently than has been treated in the past. A lot of times you just do an entry, move the money over, what's been budgeted. I'm actually not going to move over I'm not going to use any reserves that was not spent. Not just what was budgeted, but what was actually spent. So the money that was budgeted to be used, that 62,000, I'm leaving it in the capital reserve fund. It will not go into the enterprise fund. Does that make sense?
So that takes us to the end of the big things that we had in the current fiscal year as to where we're at with them. We had some grant requests. Sam, you want
Yes.
to,
So
page 40?
we've had several department heads have tried to be very proactive in getting what grants were available. And so we've been able to get several this year. And then there are some that we applied for and that we were not able to get. So we're going to kind of discuss the reasons why we were not able to get that. So we did get the CARES Act funds. It's federal dollars that went to state and then passed on to the county. And now the county did share those funds with us.
Are we going to see a breakout of how that money was used?
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's probably
Because
good.
we actually were required to submit that to the county on a monthly basis anyway.
If you're here for taxes, I don't know if they're scheduled to be in here
I think
today.
it's tomorrow through Friday.
Tomorrow through Friday.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
That's
No
okay.
problem.
So generally, what we use that, we were able to use that to offset some payroll expenses. Anything that was COVID, anything that any of our employees did that was directly COVID related.
Laptops for working at home and
Teleworking.
remotely.
That video equipment, we were able to purchase using those funds, PPE, the glass enclosures, the roofing repairs at the community center, we use CARES Act funds for that.
You think there'll be any additional funding, COVID funding grants?
Maybe. Maybe.
Did I
Probably.
read in the paper the other week that the county received more money or,
I think I saw that.
right?
And there's more to come.
Yeah. And we actually have until,
Fasten your seatbelt.
we've got until December 31st,
Running off money.
2021 to spend these.
Okay.
So
The roofing repairs at the community center, that was the 2,500 that we gave them.
yes.
Mhm.
Eligible expense.
And we got that out of
How is,
CARES Act.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how is that eligible?
that's not our expense.
Their revenue
It is,
down.
it is allowable
It is.
expense
Wow.
because it was for the community
Okay.
and they suffered due to COVID, basically.
That's right.
And I guess because it's a not-for-profit.
No revenue.
There's something that we've talked about doing, if we've pretty much expended, the funds. If we have any left over, there is a nonprofit in town that does assist a lot of our residents with utility payments, not only our utilities, but electric bills and so on and so forth. They do kind of provide like emergency assistance. They're eligible we can donate the funds to them and they can use those funds to help our customers. A lot of other towns are doing that.
And that would be local to Nashville,
Correct.
not outside.
Now, one thing we cannot do, we cannot tell that organization how they can donate. We can't tell them you can only use this to pay utility bills for us,
Okay.
but they do primarily do that. So we also applied for some FEMA funding. Don't know if we're going to, we probably will receive those funds, but it may be a long time before we get an answer back on that. If we do not receive those funds, we can use CARES Act funds instead for that 13,000. The library, she actually applied for 3 grants. One was a $1,000 COVID grant. She's already spent those funds. She purchased PPE and things of that nature. She was awarded this science and this STREAM grant. She was able to purchase technology that she can use in her programs that will help her be able to implement programs in a virtual environment. So that's been great.
A grant, that if we gave them the 5,000,
And it's one where we,
that they would cover the whole thing? If we put up,
This was the one that required the match.
To match.
okay. I thought there was one that if we put up some money,
that we'd get it back.
that we get it back. I thought that was the one.
I don't remember that.
You know,
It was kind of weird, but
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we do have one.
Yeah, but
You remember
we
that?
put up
I
5,000, but
remember
she said we'd
had
get
to
it
pay
back.
up front, and once it was completed,
We get it
our-
back.
Right.
Get ours back.
so
But
check
I
on
don't
that.
think that's how that, I don't think that's.
I don't
how
think
that
this is the
happens.
one.
we did one like that.
I think
for-
what she meant to say was we have to spend up funds first and then we will be reimbursed.
reimbursement.
First for
I
it.
think that's what she meant.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So actually, this one was just to purchase technology for the children's area. So she's already started that project. So check it out. And then here was the digital grant. That was the $10,000 grant with no match required. And that was for COVID, to take COVID precautions.
So 44 was the fire department's safer grant for last year that didn't get funded. And as you guys have approved at the last council meeting, we're going to try again this time using
Grant writer.
professional grant writer. And the chief got the draft yesterday and he told me, looking at what the grant writer had written and what he had written last year, he said,
A little different.
Night and day.
Oh, yeah?
that's what he said.
So Corey was able to, I think that he was able to, yes, he did. He got, this was a grant that was awarded. This was the Chevy Youth Sports Program, LBJ was the one who awarded this grant. So it was used to support youth programs.
Yes, one specifically that I learned yesterday was for the karate program, so that our residents get it for free. He's been paying the instructor out of this fund.
He's been doing a lot with archery, like he's been gearing up.
And I love that program that you can go in and do whatever you want to do if nobody's there.
Right.
But
The fitness on demand.
yeah,
Yeah.
and you know, he is really frugal. He got his office, all of his desk and his files and everything, I think for $75. He went to Raleigh at a surplus.
One of the college or universities.
Yeah,
Sherry got a desk there too.
Nice.
did you?
Yeah. $50. It's nice. On 46 then is the asset inventory assessment grants, and we came up short again this year. Mike Tolson with Matt Gain Associates prepared these applications. He prepared them last year for us too. They did score higher this year than last year, but you know, there were 110 applications and they only funded 31. That's all they have money to do. There are 22 possible points and you had to have 19 in order to get funding for it. And our wastewater one, I think, got 14 and our water got, wastewater got 15 and our water got 14. So not getting those grants, what we were going to do with them is use the $300,000 to map our water and sewer systems, have a good map. Our last map was done in '06. We've had some additions done to it and its accuracy isn't real great. This would use GPS technology to map it where they actually go out and stand on the manhole and take a GPS point and then they put that all together. And the same with the water, the hydrants, the valves. And we could even do water meter locations if we wanted to get that specific with it. But then the other part, which I was really excited about, is the capital, the planning that goes along with inventorying and getting a snapshot of the condition of your underground utilities, the water and sewer, and knowing where you need to make improvements and begin that process and putting together a true capital improvement plan for water and sewer. Right now, we have capital improvement for our major vehicles, and that's about it. We don't have a true CPI for water, sewer, for buildings. We've started one for the buildings, which started with the roof assessments last year, and the condition of the HVAC systems for each one of the buildings. So we got a pretty good handle on that, but you know, we really need to have a 10-year capital improvement program for water and sewer.
Can we reapply for this?
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say, can we, and I think Mike is a very nice guy, really knowledgeable. Is there another grant writing entity that
That's what I
deals
was thinking.
specifically with this? That we might have better odds with
It could
going with?
be, yeah. He got 3 of them for Nash County.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, even from his last discussion, he said we had a really good chance of getting it. Like, I feel like we should be scoring higher and somehow we're not.
Do we know what's bringing us down? I know we've talked about in the past some of the things that have hurt us from a grant.
Well, we got 0 on affordability on one of them, and I really don't know what's all included in affordability.
We don't have enough debt.
Well,
No.
so one thing I noticed, and I've included this in part of, a little bit later on, I want to talk about something. So 5, I believe it was 5 systems in Nash County alone were identified by the state as distressed systems, utility systems. There was a whole scoring system that was done by the LGC in partnership with DEQ. You can see that a lot of these distressed systems are getting that grant. So we were 2 points shy of being identified as a distressed system. Do we want to be identified as a distressed system?
No.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But you can see that some of these, it's kind of, these things are going hand in hand.
But it would open the doors to some funding that we may not have access to.
I still don't want
I
to
mean,
be
it's a
labeled
large
as that.
chunk.
Yeah, but
Money.
then we.
I know we need it. I just wish that there was a better way of getting funding for it.
Just the fact that we're a tier 1 county.
Should have some
Yep.
impact.
And the county actually was a system that was identified as a distressed system, I believe.
Several of them.
Yeah.
Several of their systems. That's where we're at on the asset inventory. I think the current fiscal year on page 47, the police had applied for a governor crime prevention grant and got that. That's what going to buy tasers with and less lethal forms of the holsters, the batters, and then of course the body cameras. So they're waiting on that. That grant's been awarded, but the funding hasn't come through yet through. And as soon as it does, then the chief is going to make those purchases. Another one that the police chief applied for was, again, the governor's crime prevention block grant for a K-9. And we haven't heard back on this one yet. If it's approved, all of the expenses associated with getting a K-9 dog are covered. There'll be some incidentals in the first year, which the chief estimates will run us between $1,600 and $2,000. And then well, I'm sure you guys read it all here.
I thought there was additional monies for the handler.
Everything is covered for the first year.
Everything's covered for the first.
Plus it's supposed to be an additional uptick in salary for whoever the handler is.
Mhm.
It also buys a cage. But if we do get it, we need to make sure the cage will fit into something that we got. Because if it doesn't, then we got to buy a vehicle to put that cage in.
Mhm.
I think
And
we're good with that.
You think we're good with that?
they make those for regular police cars, the SUVs and the pickups, my understanding.
I know they make them for the truck, yeah.
He has in mind to be the handler.
He told me, and the name escapes me now.
Wasn't it an additional 5,000? It seemed when that came to us before. I mean, everything, above and beyond the grant.
That checkup and shots for 1 year is 5,000, so not 5,000, 500. And after that, then there's 500. We got pickup every year.
But then the pay to the person who takes care of the dog.
Right, the extra hours
the extra hours
associated with that.
that. And my question with that, we're gonna have one handler, one dog. If he's off duty, every time they call him in off the street, we have to pay him overtime.
And I thought we use the counties.
Right, I think he's concerned about when it happened with the Walmart, where they had to wait like half a day to get, because they had one K-9 unit with the county that was out in like Greenville or something
Yeah,
assisting. And so we didn't have anything available for several hours.
Yeah. But yes, the call out, but we cover that, Larry, with a combination of actual overtime pay, but mostly with comp time. So the call out while it's there doesn't necessarily result in actual overtime wages when you give it in comp time instead.
I say this, and don't take it wrong, I don't, everybody knows I'm for law enforcement, but I don't want us to get a dog, have him on duty and be air sniffing every car we stop on the highway. That will kill the reputation of Nashville. Keep people from coming to Nashville. If you go to Nashville, we already got a reputation. If you come to Nashville after midnight, you're gonna get stopped. Okay? If they don't recognize your car, you're gonna get stopped. But I don't want Nashville to get the reputation that Nashville's stopping everybody coming through every time we stopping. Because you don't have to have probable cause to air sniff a car. We don't need to be air sniffing every vehicle we stop. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Because their reputation will get out and we won't have people coming here to do nothing.
But the other side of that, if they stop them and they get drugs and keep us safe,
But if
people
you
will say, national.
But if you look at the reports, the chief's reports that he's sending us out, I think they're doing a darn good job of catching quite a few people that's just passing by.
Well, they are.
They're doing a darn good job. That's my 2 cents.
Yep, so noted. Page 49, department applied for a COPS grant this fiscal year. It was not awarded. So as you know, from the last council meeting, going to reapply, and this time not till September, but use the same grant writer that the police or the fire department is using for its safer grant.
Weren't they asking for 2 people?
That's what they're going to put in the application, hoping one will get approved. Hoping 2, but page 50 then is the BVP grant for body armor. And that was that award was for $4,323. And those bulletproof vests have been purchased. And the ones they got are the kind that fit over your uniform and not underneath. So when you get back to the PD, you can take it off.
How many vests?
I forget how many were included in that.
But they've already been bought.
Yeah,
But the grant had been. Had the grant been awarded?
it's been awarded, yes.
Oh, they, okay.
Nice to know how many. That's a cost.
I think they're about $500 or $700 per piece.
They are. Well, we got what, 14, 17, 16 officers?
I think he's got enough for each person
For
now.
everybody.
finally.
That's good.
That's
That-
good news.
That's a rundown on the grants.
He actually got the bulletproof vest grant last year, I remember as well. So he got some last year and now he's got some this year. So I think he's finally fully outfitted.
Yeah,
Okay, good.
$500 a piece, that'd be eight vests for that 43.
Okay.
Then moving on to developments, as you know, we're in the process with Withers Ravenel to update our comprehensive plan, and we put in place a steering committee. We've had several of the stakeholder, it says grounds, that's groups. I apologize for that.
It says 70,000. I thought it was 75,000.
Do you know, Sam, right offhand?
I believe it's 75.
It is.
Yeah.
Okay. 75,000.
Should be 75. That came from
Just
CIP.
the general fund is where,
We actually use CIP money, I believe.
Okay.
Capital reserves, yes.
No, that's what I thought.
so year to date, as when this report, 27,940 was paid, has been paid to Withers Ravenel. We anticipate another 15,000 for this fiscal year, and then we'll have to rebudget the remainder of the 75,000, which will probably be about 27,000 for FY '22.
Randy, later in this budget, it said that the 75,000 came out of professional resources in planning and development. A line item.
Yes, that's where we budgeted to pay it out of, but we use capital reserve. So we move the money from capital reserves into the general fund to pay the general fund back.
Okay.
And it's just the expense budget is on the line item
It's a
that Sam's
professional
talking
service.
about. But the funding came from capital reserve.
Next page, 52, Patsy had talked a little bit about Part F. And we have an opportunity, hopefully it will all come together for a new park in Nashville. And it's just shy of 10 acres. It's kind of in the heart of Nashville. And we can do wonderful things on that property recreation wise. It's large enough, we could have a splash pad, a nice off-street parking lot, a pavilion with restrooms in it. We can have playground equipment, a dog park. It's even large enough for a future recreation center, 20 to 25,000 square foot recreation center, which I think would be absolutely fabulous for our community to have such a thing. And of course, because it's a gift and a donation, and it's got some value to it, I don't know exactly what that is because we haven't had it appraised yet. That donation can be used as a match for a Part F grant. But to get a Part F grant, it requires a master recreation plan. Now, in a comprehensive plan, we do have a recreational component, but we've reviewed that with the Part F program, and it wouldn't count as a master recreation plan. So we'd either have to do what Patsy said, a site-specific plan that would qualify us for applying for Part F, or a master recreation plan.
Now, if we
itself.
have the master plan though, do we still need a site-specific plan?
No,
Okay,
my understanding you don't.
so for a site-specific plan, what would we be looking at for each time that we would want to apply for a Part F grant? Like, I mean, for this site alone, I would imagine it would be close to that number. I mean, not close to that number,
You
but
probably
quite
would.
a bit of money.
15 to 20,000, I would imagine, every time you
So
want.
then if we do it twice,
Specific.
we've already paid for the master plan.
Or if we do the master plan and we lay out up front in our 10-year master plan, these are all the things we want to see in that new park, but we stage them over time. We would be eligible, from what Coy and I have researched and found out. We do a master recreation plan in the FY22 budget, which would be about $42,000. We should be covered then for staging the things we want to put in that park as we go forward, and other things.
And Part F grants are anywhere between $100,000 to, what was the max number, do we know?
I guess I don't know the max amount on that, Kate.
It was quite a bit from what I remember. So it's not like you would just be getting $20,000
Right.
and not making sense with it. You'd be getting big hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of grant funds.
So again, this isn't in the current fiscal year, but this is something you would like to see if we can work into the FY22 budget.
Has the land been donated?
It hasn't been yet, Louise, but it's in the works.
I will say that originally, last year, when we were talking about the comprehensive plan, Julie was thinking that it was going to cost closer to 150,000. And so in our current capital reserve plan, we've got 75,000 set aside for next fiscal year for the remainder of the comprehensive plan. We don't need that anymore. So we could reallocate that to this instead.
That would be good.
Do we know where this 10 acres is at?
Yeah, it's across from Clayton Homes,
On the corner?
where the split is after the Exxon.
Club Drive and
So
Washington.
right before you would make your right onto Clubhouse Drive.
Yeah, on the corner.
Mhm.
Is that 10 acres?
It's large, it's wooded, so it's deceiving, but it's large.
It's like 8.9.
Okay, part of it is the wooded part.
Yes,
And we're talking, okay, all right. Okay. I thought that was, it, but I
Originally looked at that for the fire.
Fire
looked there for
station.
the fire department
Right.
one time. That was a, but, okay, I thought that's what it was. That ain't 10 acres of land,
8.9.
but it goes all the way into.
it does, yeah, the wooded area makes it.
Okay, I got you.
Now, we received a part of grant less than 10 years ago for the environmental park.
Mhm.
And that land was donated to the town. And that helped us get that grant.
Okay,
Right.
But it
because
was
you probably
mostly
used it for the
wetland,
match.
you know, that was,
it still is.
Still is wetland. Yeah.
So 50,
I don't know how that would affect us in applying for another grant so soon.
I don't know, Louise, I don't think they have rules on how often,
If you meet the requirements.
Right,
you-
exactly.
yeah,
Funding's
as long as we're in good standing and
Right.
continued our reports, which we have. 53 then talks a little bit about that new park and that donation. Again, not in the current fiscal year, but looking at
Down the
for
road.
FY '22. Some of the, page 54 then talks about some of the opportunities, development opportunities we are going on right now. We have the Bradford Place subdivision that Four Seasons is building. It's 41 lots. They're also doing, that same developer will be doing later this year and probably into next fiscal year after July, the Cross Creek duplexes. And then Todd Spikes has his development on Aviation Avenue. And just took a few minutes to take a look at what kind of new revenues those developments would bring in, tax-wise, water sewer-wise, storm sewer fees, and of course, refuge, garbage, and recycling. And there'll be nice additions to the community, no doubt.
Bradford Place. What-
The one behind Food Line.
Huh?
The one that's
Behind the
behind
food
Food.
line,
Single family home.
That's Bradford.
that's what it's
I thought
called.
it's what, okay,
Yeah.
that's what it's called. Okay.
So then page 55 is planning and zoning activity, and Sherry summarized a lot of things there. We haven't had any annexations, but we are hopeful that we will with that Mail Farms holding property behind the middle school, that Ashton Woods developer from Georgia. They're continuing with their due diligence on that.
That's still under contract, right? They haven't purchased that yet?
My understanding is they have not purchased it.
I
yet.
just
They-
saw the for sale sign still up, so.
Yeah, they haven't agreed upon price, but they haven't closed on it. So if that property, if that development goes forward and happens and that property's annexed, I don't know how you guys feel about this, but I would recommend we approach Nash County Schools to see about the middle school annexing into the town of Nashville. It really means nothing to them because they don't pay property taxes. It would get them an in-town water rate, in-town sewer rate. So we would realize a little less revenue. But the nice thing I see about it is it doesn't create an unincorporated island within the town when you look at the map. So we've had one text amendment to the zoning ordinance here recently, and that was the one that removed the planning board from hearing and giving recommendations on special uses, and then also put into the ordinance our list of minimum lot sizes and yard regulations and maximum heights. And then it also put into the ordinance the duties of the planning board, how they're appointed, the terms and their functions, which weren't in the ordinance before. We had some rezoning requests, 5 of those. If you recall, one from Oda Copper Companies from Savannah that wanted to do the workforce housing out on Eastern Avenue and some land owned by David Rose. That was a 55-unit apartment building. They didn't get their workforce housing tax credits awarded to them, so they didn't do that. I talked to that developer 2 weeks ago, and they're not going to do one for this calendar year, but may for calendar year 2022. Then we also had Four Seasons Contracting rezone the Bradford Place property. That one was approved. And then we had a rezoning request, actually two of them from Michael Hurt for the 608 Western Avenue. His first one he withdrew, and then the second one was denied. And then we had a rezoning request from Jeremy Reason Development for Phase 2 of Liberty Acres subdivision, and that one was approved. And the special use permits, there were 3 of them. One from Michael Hurt, again, he withdrew that one. And then one from Four Seasons Contracting to build more than one multifamily building on a single lot for the Cross Creek duplexes, which was approved. And a special use permit from Ann Quinn Bullock for an in-home daycare out in the Woodfield subdivision, and that one was turned down. We haven't had any variance requests. There were 50 zoning certificates issued thus far for FY21. It says 18, but there were 19 zoning certificates issued for new homes so far this calendar year, which is nice,
Mhm.
very nice.
We want homes.
So it is 12 o'clock. We have on our agenda to break for lunch. And you guys are welcome to order something here
o'clock already.
It is.
I'm normal.
We'll keep this very lively.
This is financial things.
I've read that book.
There you go.
Started emphasis.
I've got books going there, and I've got it.
The plots and the characters.
So up next, we've got financials. I like to,
Page 56.
I always like to start with revenues. This time last year, we were just getting started with coronavirus. We had no idea how this was going to affect us, what our revenues were going to do. So now we've had a whole year to observe and this report. For the most part, especially in the general fund, our revenues are coming in just fine. So we had budgeted 7.8 million in revenue. We're going to come in at 7.4. Reasons for the decreases. Well, first of all, I believe we're not going to require as much fund balance as we have appropriated at this time. We did have a reduction in investment earnings. Interest rates are just about at zero right now. So that's the cause for that. And our debt proceeds, we had originally budgeted 380, thinking that's how much that project was going to cost. It's only costing 310. So we had a savings there. Water and sewer funds, a little bit different story. We only have, looks like we're going to need 1.4 million in net position. And the reason for that is because there's a decrease in the revenues as well as an increase in the expenses. So we're going to get to that in great detail as we go here.
So on page 56 are your projected year-end
These
balances?
are just projections,
How we're going to end the fiscal year.
correct? So property tax growth, just looking at that on page 57, I basically just used a moving average to try to determine how our property taxes might grow over time. Usually we're realizing about between 1% and 2% growth. This past year, we had a really good year. It was a 4% growth. Just using a moving average, you might expect to get about a little over 2% growth in property taxes. One thing we need to keep an eye out for, what we want to see year by year is that our property tax values are growing at a higher rate than inflation. If it doesn't, yes, ma'am.
One thing on this, the property tax rate is not 50.56, it's 0.58.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I have a corrected page here.
Okay.
I can pass that out. So like I was saying, what you want is property tax values to grow at a rate that's higher than the rate of inflation. Otherwise, what you can run into is that your expenses and your costs are going up higher than revenue, additional revenue, you have to cover those costs. So we'll continue to monitor that. On page 58, this is just a preliminary estimate that we received from Nash County. They're saying that the total assessed value at this time is around 382. However, that does not include the business taxpayers. So I do expect that final number to come in quite a bit higher than that. On page 61 and 62, I provided a list of the top 25 taxpayers in town for 2020 tax year as compared to 2019. What you can see is that the total valuation in the top 25 has increased year by year. So that's a good sign.
Number 4 would be Clayton.
On page 69,
I was looking
61?
at
61,
61.
Cavalier Real Estate.
That should be Clayton Homes, shouldn't it?
It's 1001 Eastern Avenue.
It used to be Cavalier and then it's Clayton.
You're right, yeah. Yep,
And also number 19, Fawn Electric, that's ACD.
yeah.
Basically, these names are where we sent the bill. So as of the time that the property was assessed, that's whose name.
On page 61, number 2, where it says OHI, that's Autumn Care, Nashville Propco, that's Universal Healthcare. We already said Cavalier is Clayton Homes. Wholesale Nashville Commons, that's near Food Lion. I think that's that whole complex, the Food Lion complex. Number 7, 101 West Washington, that's CVS. Number 9 is Walgreens. Number 10 again is Clayton Homes. 13 is if that's got here near Food Lion. So I don't know if that's Smithfield or if that's Murphy Gas.
That's number 13, you said?
Yeah.
Is it on that sheet? Winterkins? I think that Winterkins is the same thing as, I think they just I'm not sure.
Can we get a corrected list?
Well, it's a
the
correct list. It's just
that
not the
many
common name.
companies are-
But yes,
That's the name of the corporation.
I know the name of the corporation, but
we can
something,
put in the
something
common
we,
name.
something we can recognize.
Sure.
Stony Creek Investments is behind Food Dollar, so that would be the new apartment building. Down behind, I'm sorry, the Dollar General.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Dollar General.
Is that the new apartment building or the existing?
Have to be the existing, wouldn't it?
Stony Creek Investments LLC. She's got, well, you're probably right. It's something existing. That one probably isn't on the taxes yet. At least not for 2020. You're right. It wouldn't be.
Wouldn't be, man.
Fawn Creek Electronics Company. What does she have here?
On electric.
CD,
Behind, I can't read her writing.
it's in the business park.
64 and E Avenue LLC, that's actually Smithfield.
Okay.
What, on?
Number 20.
Number 20. Number 21 is Sheets.
The restaurant, 21 Sheets.
22 is Dollar Country.
That's closed now, isn't it?
Yeah, Dollar Country's closed.
And then I think the rest of them there on page 61, you probably Braswell, L&L Rose.
Mhm.
I don't know Young Morris. Anybody familiar with that? Then on page 69, Top Clean is the laundromat next to the Chinese restaurant out by Food Lion.
Which?
That's number 9.
And
Yeah.
what was that again?
Top Clean, it's the laundromat. I didn't know there was a laundromat there.
It is,
Place?
beside the Chinese place,
There's one on the very end.
right on the end there.
It's a laundromat.
It's on the very
Okay.
end.
Right next to Lamb Garden?
Yeah,
Right,
Yes.
uh-huh.
I know the jewelry place is right there.
But then there's the last one on
it's on
the,
the other side.
last one on your right is
On
one.
the other side of the farm? No, the pharmacy's in the other. parking lot.
No,
Okay.
right next to the pharmacy.
Dry, it's either a laundromat or dry cleaners.
It's laundromat.
Well, I'll see that these get updated with the common name so you can know what they are.
On page 63, Carolina House Bill 19, just wanted to make you aware of this. It has not yet passed, but this would affect our revenues potentially, not only for the current year, but for next year as well. So what this would do is would provide relief to businesses that have suffered due to COVID. County would be required to reassess their property values based on any changes in how the property is being used due to COVID. So that could potentially cause a reduction in some of the property values. We would also, for 2020 taxes, which we've already collected, we would be required to refund those individuals, those businesses, the taxes, refund them of all interest paid or interest that was assessed on the property
Ooh,
and set them up on a payment plan.
So there's still a lot of ifs.
That's
What-
correct on these.
What's the probability of this going through?
I don't know. Nor do I know the scope as far as, which
Right.
businesses would be impacted.
But the sentiment, I would say, is for it, just to give everybody
Yes.
leeway.
Yeah, but it doesn't do away with their tax. It just delays their payment. And
Right.
It screws up our books.
Unless somebody's really in dire straits, if they've already paid them,
Yeah.
I guess I don't foresee somebody coming, I want my money back and I'm going to use it for a while before I have to give it back to you. If they've already
Hoping.
paid it,
There will be like strict parameters that they have to meet,
Yes.
in order to show that they've been negatively impacted by COVID and.
you would think so.
It clearly states that they can litigate it, so you know how that is.
Somebody will. Most likely.
On page 69 and 70, I provided you a list of the top 25 utility customers. So in order to provide year-to-date comparisons, both of these lists were taken as of February 28th of each year. And so what you can see here is that our top 25 customers are using less water. And we have had some businesses that have been empty or have had some reductions in businesses due to COVID. I believe that's probably the reason for this. You've got the jail that remained empty. You can see that they reduced their usage by about 5 million gallons there. Schools one, it's not on this list, but there have been several that have been empty. But that has impacted our revenues in the water and sewer fund this year.
Yeah, several years back, the Department of Corrections, they cut their water almost in half. And it pretty much devastated us.
And you
I
can
don't know whether they want some kind of strict
Yeah, they said they did
conservation.
some sort of conservation
Yeah.
plan that
It was
helped.
done by the state.
Yeah,
They
Statewide.
put timers on all the showers.
they must have done something else too.
They did, they put timers on the showers and
Probably put like
everything else. They
efficient
put-
shower heads
They
on
put
and
different flushes and all the commodes and they put timers on the shower. So when you cut it on, you had like 3 seconds for 4 or 5 seconds to take a shower and then the water would shut off.
Do you remember how it cut our water?
Oh, yeah, cut it almost in half.
We didn't know what in the world was going on.
Sure did.
I mean, it
But that was a state
slashed revenue.
mandate.
Well, you could probably expect more sustainability initiatives being taken by businesses. In residential and new construction, you see that it's more sustainability oriented, less usage. So you can see that continue to affect revenues and usage.
So the next thing on 71 is what blindsided me. I can't believe
Oh.
CP has shut down.
They
I
shut
didn't know
down.
they had shut down.
So are these numbers like actual loss though of revenue to us?
On page 71?
Right.
Yeah.
These are,
Yeah.
So this is like not us, saying that we have to pay a certain amount for the water, we have to pay a certain amount for the sewage. So,
Oh, so you mean like net loss?
Yes.
No.
okay, so
This
what's
is
the
not
net loss?
Well, I would have to calculate that and get back
Because
to you
that
on
affects us greater, I think, right? Like this is a large number, but if we don't have to expend money,
That's true.
then we're saving that.
That's
So
true.
I'd love to know the net loss, yes.
Yes, we can provide that.
What are the possibilities of filling that building?
well, Nash County Economic Development's already showed it twice to 2 prospects that I know of. I don't know who the prospects were.
Right,
I know Andy showed it twice.
good.
What was so devastating? I didn't know anything about this.
Or CP,
When I read this, I thought, what? We thought that the sweet potato thing was a big deal and
Well, coming in here it was. And they sunk a bunch of money into it.
did I not put it in one of my weekly reports?
no,
I don't-
Yeah, I read that over.
this is the first I've heard of it, period. And I thought,
Oh, my
I
word.
can't believe this. Because that was part of our, the sewer outfall line.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Patsy was talking about the 3 big grants
Yeah.
Nashville got to do the fallout. Well, it all came because of that project.
I pray we can get somebody in that building fast.
Well,
Yes,
my understanding is that sweet potatoes were a hot item. And
they are. If
processing, they were doing everything in the world known to man with sweet potatoes.
72 is the letter that we received back in January.
Yeah,
We got the letter after they closed.
Yeah. Are you guys are sure I didn't put this in my?
I
No,
don't, I don't recall
absolutely
seeing it.
I don't
not.
remember seeing it, but
I've saved every one of your memos and it's not in my,
I don't remember seeing it.
'Cause I wrote up a whole paragraph on it to somebody, and
or did they give you any explanation about?
page 72.
yeah, they say something in there about how it just wasn't a
Well, I
sustainable.
know, I read the letter, but I mean,
A single product
Yeah.
focus, along with ongoing international price pressures and factors created challenges that proved insurmountable.
I'm wondering about the industry generally. I mean, what is Atlantic Natural Foods? What do they do?
They produce food-based
Vegan.
or
Okay, well,
vegetable-based.
Plant-based, yeah.
I mean, I'd
Food
have to
products.
check if there was something strange that happened in 2020, but Atlantic Natural Foods, I mean, they've reduced their usage by 20 million gallons. So I wonder if it has something to do just industry-wide. I mean,
Well, it says that their parent company, Universal, determined that CFE is not a strategic fit for their long-term
Mhm.
plans, but.
Well, it was universal leaf viable. You know, because they do the tobacco processing, have they?
Yeah,
I rode by the other day and didn't see it out there, so I said, maybe just out of season right
You
now.
would think that sweet potatoes, that's something that people have to have, as opposed to tobacco. I mean, it's nutritional. And
So yes.
On page 75, I discussed the collections, both with property taxes and utilities. We also were uncertain as far as what we were going to be able to collect from our customers. I am pleased to report that our collections did hold strong this year. We came in at over 98% tax collection rate, and our utilities, we've continued to collect those in a manner. Just like the auditor said, however, we're going to be doing some cleanup, and we will be writing off some large balances that have been outstanding on our books since 1996. That does not mean we will not pursue collections. We're just going to be not making those the priority. As far as how I intend to just address this issue in the future, I really believe that it's better to be proactive when it comes to collections. Because once a bill is delinquent, your probability of actually collecting on it is just nothing. So we want to be able to get that payment, make it as easy as possible for our customers to make payments, make sure that our information is getting out there. And so I'm working on exploring any and every way possible to make it easier for our customers.
How many of those do you think will be sent to the state like she was talking about?
They've all been sent.
Have they?
They're already there.
Okay, good.
So I've also provided just a list of, it's just a summarized list. It doesn't tell you the individuals, but just the totals by year. That's on page 76. On page 77, which looks like my page number got cut off, these years will remain on the books. We're not writing those years off.
I hope we're going to go after those.
Correct. And then 78, these are our utility collections. This 319,000 will remain on the books. Those are our current customers. And as you see right here, with current customers, we are maintaining a 96% collection rate at this time.
For this year, Sam, what do we have outstanding on property taxes?
It is 52,700 as of March 5th.
Okay.
And on page 79, this 106,000, these are all inactive accounts. These are customers that were delinquent. That would be the balance approximately that we would write off. On page 80, I discussed population growth. This is something we need to keep an eye out for. The population in the state of North Carolina has shifted over the last decade. Urban areas are becoming more concentrated, while more rural areas people are kind of leaving those areas. And in general, population overall is aging. And in Nash County specifically, the population has shrunk and is also aging. And so what we did was take a look at several factors to try to get a feel for how the population is changing in town. Looked at the number of tax bills that we've mailed year by year, number of utility bills that we've sent. We did look at census data. And we also looked at, fire chief did a house count, a physical house count in town. And so what we see here is that what we can see is that the town is still growing very modestly. However, the rate of growth is starting to decline. And what we want to watch out for is stagnant or declining growth or a population that declines. That's going to put strain on our budget. It's going to put a strain on the job market and the local economy. So we want to make sure that we're encouraging controlled, sustainable growth and attracting young families into town. That's going to help us.
When realtors advertise, and this is in the Telegram, live in the county and no town tax. That is in the Telegram all the time. I save the copies because I think this is something we forever have to be reminded of. You know, people who live in town are double taxed. So we've got to be careful.
we don't double tax. There is an additional tax, but we're providing services that the county does not. So what
Exactly.
we need to do is keep our services to the level and expectation of what our client base is. And that's
Exactly.
exactly what she's saying here with doing things that are promoting young families.
New taxpayers.
Yes.
Right.
So pages 89 through 94, these are provided by Fire Chief, his physical house count. He did the count in town and also in the Dolly Fire District, just to see how that's changing. On page 94, once again, my page number is there. I discussed the sales and franchise taxes. This one was a biggie that we were keeping an eye out on all year long. So I just revisited what I.
95.
Yes. That's right. Sorry about that. I revisited what I had presented to you during last budget time. The green column, that was the league's projections. The light blue column, that's actually what we budgeted. And the dark blue column is actually what I believe that we will collect. And I did update this sheet. I found an entry that hadn't been posted by the time I did these. So these numbers have changed a little bit. I believe that we're going to just pretty much be right on budget with what we budgeted there. The yellow column is what the Office of State Budget Management is projecting for next fiscal year. And I actually read a little bit further into one of these other articles, and on page 98, you see sort of towards the bottom there. So this 13.2% decline. On page 98, they further break that down, and the reason for the decline is more related to corporate income taxes. But according to this, franchise taxes are expected to actually increase by 3.1%. So I will revise my estimate to say 3.1%. But those are modest increases. They're still increases. One thing we have to watch out for is budgetary constraints that are the state still, experiencing. They could reallocate or change the way they allocate those funds at any time. So it's something we always want to keep an eye out for. For example, with PAL funds, they did reduce the PAL fund allocation last fiscal year because the DOT had run into some serious issues.
They ran out of money.
Yeah, at this time, the status of how that's going to be handled this year is not yet known. So
All the MAPS lawsuits.
on page 102, I did do a budget to actual comparison, so my first column here is what I estimate that we'll spend, and the second column is what we've got budgeted. In the general fund, I believe we're going to come in under budget. You can see that in sanitation, we're going to be a little bit over budget. I believe that's due to, we're going to need some more money, some increased funds for yard waste or some transfer station fees, excuse me. The major differences are in the water and sewer fund. The water expenses and sewer expenses are greatly increased, especially in sewer. I believe we're going to be close to $600,000 over budget in sewer.
Sam, it would be helpful if we could have like subtotals after the funds, like after the
Yes.
general fund. That would be
Okay.
helpful just for comparison purposes.
Okay.
So this, just to get back to the sewer, you said, what was that number? We were going to be
So
over budget?
I did provide these line item details here. They're toward the back. Let me find the page for you, just so we can just discuss that at this time. On page 195, that's our sewer. Toward the bottom there, we've got 30, 820, 4,400, and 30, 820, 4,401. Sewage treatment and sewer surcharges.
Where's 195?
It's in the
I think it's
extra,
It's very- I
191.
provided
yeah, the
clearer
extra handout.
documents. You can see those copies there. The copies I've got in here, they're very blurry.
The one in the book is 191.
Okay,
No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay, one,
sorry about that.
It's toward the bottom of the page.
Yes, gotcha.
Sewer treatment,
those are the
sewer
ones that-
surcharges.
Okay.
And it's in the sewer surcharges.
Okay,
Sewage treatment and sewer surcharges. You can see that we've got budgeted 1.6 for sewage treatment. Year to date, with seven months in, we've already spent 1.2. Got 240 budgeted for sewer surcharges. 7 months in, we've spent 315,000.
so what happened?
Well, that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. You know, Sam's got another chart in here that shows we are sending more water to the city of Rocky Mount to be treated than we're purchasing and pumping with our wells. So we know we have an I problem, and this, you know, the last several months have been extremely wet.
Uh-huh.
So, but having said that, you know, the solution to pollution is dilution. Our sewage wastewater that we're sending with all that groundwater infiltrating the system should be significantly less in sewer surcharges or strength. So it doesn't make sense.
Uh-huh.
So I think what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to set up our own sampler out on Old Carriage Road, and we're going to have to sample the sewage ourselves and see what strength it is, and then compare that with what Rocky Mount Sampler is collecting, and make sure, double check that something isn't off there. You know, the way the sewer surcharges are figured is they sample that quarterly, 4 times a year, and then they use that on a monthly basis times the volume. So the greater your volume, the more you're paying sewer surcharges on. But when in reality, the actual strength of that sewage, because of its dilution, is less.
Right.
In my opinion, that's why I think we need to be sampling our sewage that we're sending to Rocky Mount ourselves on a monthly basis to know the concentration. And then we can compare.
At this
those.
price, I would say,
That's
yes, we
right.
do.
And this is the first time that this is occurring, where we're having such a huge discrepancy in what.
Well, you noticed
No.
it.
Last year, I believe I sent a memo, I submitted a memo to you, maybe in May, it seems like right before I went on maternity leave.
Okay.
It wasn't this extensive then. Sam, what page is that chart that you?
It's on 103.
Page 103, the orange is the volume of wastewater we're sending to Rocky Mount. Blue is the volume of water that we buy and our wells pump.
Hmm.
And if our system were sealed tight, there should be 20% less water that we're sending to Rocky Mount than what we're buying and purchasing.
And so you actually see that in year 1 and 2, you're producing more water than you're treating.
Mhm.
Then it starts to kind of be right at the
Yeah.
center, and then it veers off in the wrong direction.
Right.
So
What year was that?
Well, 10 is 2020.
Okay.
So that would be in 02, 03,
14, 13-ish.
I'm sorry, 13, 2012, 2013. And then the next chart, you can see the cost of the sewer surcharges. And again, when you think about how Rocky Mount bills us for sewer surcharges, it's the strength of the sewage times the volume. And that's, you know, the amount of water we're sending them is greater over time, wastewater, so the sewer surcharges are more. But I really question what is the true strength of that sewage that we're sending them. Again, if 20% of what we're sending them is groundwater, needs no treating at all, that concentration should be diluted down. So it should go the other way, the sewer surcharges, but the way the formula and the calculation is done, it's doing the opposite.
So how much will it cost us to check it?
It won't cost much. You know, we have 3 samplers now. We can set a sampler down there and do a composite sample every day for within a week. And it'd probably be less than 3,000.
I think we need to do that
Month.
ASAP.
Well, will they buy into it? I'm talking about Rocky Mount.
So, well, if we have data to show and compare,
Right.
them, I'm not sure how they can argue that.
I mean, this seems
I
like it'd
mean,
be a
if we
brief
use the same
contract.
lab,
Right.
if we have the same sampler, which those ISCO samplers are pretty much the industry standard, I don't know of a municipality that doesn't have an ISCO sampler for sampling wastewater and sewage.
The recalibration on Old Carriage Road does that have something to do with what you're talking about?
It does on volume.
Mhm.
You know, again, we talked about last time, our check C. Now, we're going to put a velocity meter in the pipe. So when the flow meter itself goes underwater or the volume of water in the tank that it measures from is too high to measure, again, there's an assumed quantity that's going through during that time. But in actuality, if it's backed up 5 manholes downstream and our water can't get through the measuring box, there could be times where there's no water, there's no gallons going through there at all, but we're being billed as if there is 50% of the capacity of that 18-inch pipe.
So Rocky Mountain's overbilling us on both
Well-
water and sewer treatment.
Can't say that for sure.
But we need to find out if we can say it for sure.
That's why we're getting the data, doing the study and getting the data on this. And Benton Brent is perfectly fine with Wooten and Clearwater when they come to install that velocity meter, popping manholes, 9 manholes downstream. He just wants his people to be there when it happens, so they can see whatever might be discovered too.
What other towns are serviced by Rocky Mount Water and Sewer?
Sharpsburg, Battlesburg,
Have we talked to any of them to see if they're seeing similar issues?
Bailey was at one time.
I think Bailey goes to Wilson.
Bailey goes,
they're doing-
Bailey should be on
there was
Wilson's
one
line.
that-
But Bailey had a similar situation where, you know, they questioned the accuracy of the readings, and, you know, it was discovered that the company that last calibrated that meter calibrated it incorrectly.
Mhm.
Now, we haven't found that, you know.
Mhm.
My understanding, having talked with Courtney with Wooten Company, is Rocky Mount's volume meter and the one we temporarily put in, while at times fluctuated from each other, when you average the readings over a month period, they were within 2% of each other as far as total volumes. But she said her big concern when she looked at how wastewater was going through there are the times when they call it surging. It's really a backup, when the wastewater backed up in our measuring box and it wasn't flowing through. And those events can last for 2-3 days.
The asset and inventory assessment grant, we were not awarded that grant for 2 years in a row. It's $150,000 cost, 75 for the water, 75 for sewer.
It's 150 for each.
It's 150 for each.
300,000.
Okay, I apologize. Well, and we're looking at a $100,000 increase in our budget and our expenses. Don't know. It's up to council, but it might be worth our while to pursue the inventory assessment with or without a grant, considering what our expenses are looking at.
It sounds like this is something we need to address above and beyond anything else.
Yeah,
I would say so.
it's urgent.
I agree.
I'm talking about all the things we'd like to have. This is something we have to have.
So as soon as it gets dry enough, we can pop the manholes on the fallout line. We're inspecting them ourselves. And, you know, when we get back to capital projects, Lee and I believe it's imperative that that sewer line that went from the old sewer treatment plant to Old Carriage Road, 35, 36 years it's been in use. It's, to our knowledge, never been cleaned. And we could be losing quite a bit of capacity in its carrying ability. You know, if the bottom of that thing's setting full of 10 inches of sediment, we need to get that cleaned out, but more importantly, have that televised. You know, that whole line's in a swamp, and any one of the flood events that we've had over the years could have shifted the pipe somewhat. So now that there's an opening, and now the groundwater and the creek water is actually getting into the pipe in addition to our sewage, accounting for a greater volume. We are going to begin here on March 16th, televising one of the areas in town that we've known we've had significant infiltration problems for years, and that's everything that goes to the South Creek Lift Station. We got Vision NC coming March 16th to televise. There's like if my memory serves me right, about 15,000 feet of sewer line in there that we're going to have televised. And when we get those, we'll get a report and it tell us what they find. I'm thinking again, we're probably going to find we have multiple areas within those pipes in between manholes that you can't see where the pipe is shifted and groundwater is coming in. So we need to do that within the plan Lee and I are putting together. We're going to televise all of our sanitary sewer lines, hopefully including the fallout line within the next 5 years. And it's relatively inexpensive. This, what we have coming with NC Vision just for the televising and the report, it's like $3,800.
Wow.
Now, where it would get expensive is depending upon what we find fixing it.
Okay, these costs that are, out of sight, that's gonna be passed on to the customer, right?
Unless you can come up with another way.
And people are gonna come out of their frames.
It's the cost of our system. It's imperative we get it sealed up. It's imperative we figure out what's going on out there on Old Carriage Road and get that situation corrected. I'm hopeful with the data that we're collecting with regard to Old Carriage Road, we can present that information and get a credit from the city of Rocky Mount. We have history on how often that measuring box backed up and for what duration. If we put that velocity meter in there and we find 3 events where the exact same thing happened, and we found out instead of 50% of the volume going through, there was little to no, I would think that they would, I'm hopeful they would be open to adjusting and giving credit. Now that we have the evidence to show, we don't have that yet. I'm assuming that that's what the evidence will show. During those surging events, there are times when nothing at all is going through that pipe because there's a backup downstream and it can't go. But we're getting billed as if it is.
How close are we to having that evidence secured?
So we should have that by the end of April, the latest. I'm just hopeful when we do get it installed that we continue to have some rain events, because it'll do us no good if we don't have it in when there's a backup. We've accomplished nothing.
Okay, in the meantime, what kind of water and sewer increase are we talking about?
We haven't looked at increasing fees for next year.
We haven't examined that yet, Louise.
But that's inevitable. I mean, based on this,
Yep.
I mean, somebody's got to eat it.
Unless we get it corrected.
Yeah.
Well, we need to get it corrected,
Right.
yes.
And that's an if. A big if.
Well, if the infiltration isn't coming in our sewer mains, then the only other place would be the service lines. And I don't know how we take care of that. Some of the older homes have obviously the clay bale tile go from the house to the main. And that's usually 6-inch pipe and there's a joint every 2.5 feet. Most of those aren't gasketed. They're just fit end to end. And that stuff in wet season can act like field tile. It actually drains the ground, puts it into the sewer. We would have to replace service lines to houses in order to seal that up.
Just looking at this chart, though, that doesn't even seem possible with how things were, and then they came together and then went in the opposite direction. Like, it seems like there's something that occurred in the 2013 timeframe that has changed all of this.
But it's growing.
Right.
So, we need to review that. We need to study it, and I assure you we are.
On page 104, I provided my general fund balance. Ms. Phyllis, she did present our budget numbers for the fiscal year ending 2020. I plugged those in for you. If we use the 120 that I'm estimating a fund balance, then our fund balance will be 5.1 million at the end of this current fiscal year.
Do you, and you may not know right offhand, Sam, but I'd be curious to know what the state average for towns our size is, the fund balance percentage. I know that can't remember if it's the state or the league that
League.
produces the kind of a summary comparison. And they usually group municipalities of the same population in a grouping. So just seeing how we might compare with others.
I looked at it last year and I seem to think that we were way ahead.
I was
So
thinking
I think that
that.
we are still well in line.
Okay.
But I'll check. Next page is the water and sewer fund, net position. Different numbers here. If we use 1.4 million, you see that we're gonna have a dip in the fund, the net position, ending net position of 8.8 million.
Down from 9.4.
Mhm.
Looking at some other financial issues here, we've already kind of discussed it. Interest rates this year, last year, we earned about $50,000 in interest revenue. This year, maybe 5,000. We're earning next to nothing. Recently, I moved all of my, so the League of the Capital Management Trust, they have a governmental fund and a term. The term fund shut down. So we'd already moved our funds out of there before that.
Man.
But the governmental fund is basically earning next to nothing. So I've recently moved the funds out of that and put some money into basically a money market account, which is earning more. Still earning basically next to nothing. But it's the best really we can do is in this environment at this time.
Yeah.
Um,
And Phyllis said that those funds are federally protected.
Yes, and available at any time and no loss of principal.
Yeah.
So on the plus side, as far as interest rates being low, now is the time. If we wanted to do or pursue any large projects, now is the time to do those. Interest rates are great. People are getting less than 1% or very close to 1%. Just watching the listserv and things like that. So now is the time. That's just all I've got to say about that. Debt outlook, I've just updated you. I've provided general fund debt outlook. We only got one loan in the general fund, and that's the garbage truck. That'll be done in 2025-26. And that was $310,000 at a 1.8% interest rate over 5 years. And that is funded with BB&T. Next page is the fire station 2. This is what we estimated last year. If we were to do that project probably within the calendar year, we were able to really fast track that and get a move. Probably our interest rates would be, I think I budgeted at 5% here. Probably we'd get a better interest rate than that.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
think I budgeted 1.4 million here. So it's probably going to come in below that cost. And so these numbers would change. On page 110, you see the debt outlook in the water and sewer fund. The CFI infrastructure loan that was completed this year, right before they shut down and left town. And we just got left the sewer jet loan. And that's with Southern Bank.
Irony of it,
I
right?
know. It was-
There's only three years on that. Right? FY 22, 23, and 24.
Correct.
The sewer jet, in spite of its being large and everything and not easily used, has it been a benefit?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's got some real, I mean,
I mean, it's a
When-
huge,
it is. When the other jetter can't get through something, we can almost always take the vac truck out there and get through it. So one of the things we don't have, which I was a little surprised to find out, we don't have a root cutter for either the jet machine or the vac truck.
Hmm.
You know, that's, the way those machines work is very high pressure water is shot through a nozzle. And there's a great big one out front that pushes forward, and then there's a dozen or so smaller ones that shoot backwards. And the smaller ones are what pulls itself through the sewer line. Well, you can take that head off and you can put one on that's got a root cutter, an actual spinner on the front that's got a root saw. And if you have a line that has a lot of roots in it, you can run that through there, and that will cut the roots off flush with the wall of the pipe all the way through. And then you just pull it back and back it out. It's a real good way to clean roots out of a sewer line.
And we don't have one.
No, but the guys that tell me that, you know, where we do have roots, they have another device that they put in that's been fairly effective. Root saw would keep it cleaner longer
Uh-huh.
because you actually cut the roots out, but they're gonna grow right back.
Moving along to our infrastructure. First, I'd like to discuss our fleet, vehicle fleet. So this time last year, I provided you with a very long, giant spreadsheet with 100 vehicles on it. Very small, were very difficult to understand and read. At the time, we were actually exploring the possibility of leasing vehicles to determine whether that was going to be a good option. Here, we tried something different. Starting on page 112, we implemented a vehicle and equipment replacement evaluation tool. So this is a set of criteria, and I didn't make all of this up. I used things that were, and resources that were already out there, because I am not a fleet expert, okay? So basically 17 points are evaluated, on a scale 0 to 10. On page, here are the things that we're looking at. The condition of the vehicle, utilization, how the equipment is used, what impact on operations does this piece of equipment have? For example, if that equipment goes down, how's that going to impact your department? The return on the investment and the obsolescence of the technology. Okay. So I did not rate the vehicles. I asked the departments and Kevin to help me with this. On page 120, basically you see the green, yellow, and orange. That's what we're getting at. Items in the green, we keep them. We don't consider them. Items in the yellow, we just keep those on our watch list. And items in the red, we're identified those as those can be replaced at this time. Okay. On page 11, 122. That was the other page number.
Yes.
You know, this document does provide alternatives to just simply replacing a vehicle with a new vehicle. So we do have other options, you know, rather than just going out there and buying all new vehicles. After doing this assessment, we found that a total of 27 of the town's 66 vehicles are eligible. And we knew this last year. Our vehicles are aged, high mileage. Now, that's not necessarily enough to qualify a vehicle, depending on how the vehicle is used. But we knew that this is kind of where things are going. So these are the vehicles that we need to make some decisions on how we're going to get those replaced. We really need to kind of be proactive on this. Retaining a vehicle that is, you know, having maintenance issues, because, you know, that increases our costs, and there's a safety factor involved, you know. So we need to make sure that we're vigilant on this. On page 125, we, like Randy said, what we're trying to do is form a capital replacement, capital improvement plan, a 5-year, 10-year plan. So what you see here is in the public building space, we've identified the items that we need to look at. Facade and landscaping, what is the condition of the roof, HVAC, how's the parking lot, the lighting and the generator, and other interior miscellaneous items. These are the things that we need to have on that plan. We need to know when was the last time a major repair or major, you know, renovation was done. That way we can plan for when the next thing needs to be done. And so we've gotten started with that this year. So you'll see just a synopsis of how each of our buildings are at this time. So this one is a work in progress.
And on 125, you can probably seen the PD fire station, those HVAC units on top of the building. We're gonna have to replace at least one for sure. We can muster at 2. They're 24 years old, and Langley says, I can't get parts. I either gotta make them or swipe them from something else because you can't get them anymore. Library, not sitting too bad. We get the water problems taken care of here. And, interior lighting in all of our buildings is being changed out with LED as the valves go bad. The guys know how to bypass the valves, and then you can just get a regular LED bulb to fit right between where the fluorescent tube was before.
Parking lot in the library. I think it's time. Be done with that.
It's getting
Yeah.
dangerous out there.
That's been identified there. Some things over at the town shop that were talked about. Lee had all the roofs inspected last year and fairly decent shape. Again, the police and fire, they're recommending for this year that whenever anything comes up through that roof membrane, be resealed and sealed where it anchors on the ends. And then they're telling us that we need to be looking at a new roof replacement in 3 to 4 years, which is projected at $168,000. I just find that hard to believe it costs that kind of money to put a new roof on it.
Very
But-
high.
I would have never thought we'd spend $48,000 just reskimming this roof where we're sitting.
That's why I thought it would take care of everything, but apparently not. Gee.
Goodness, yeah.
Starting on page 128 and 129, we've done the same for our parks infrastructure. Giving you a snapshot of where we're at. What major repairs or maintenance was completed at each of our parks. And of course, with Glover Park, we're not responsible for maintenance, but we are responsible for capital improvements.
That's
So all of them. Yes, ma'am. On page 130, we've provided you a snapshot of our streets and sidewalks. At one point, there was a streets and sidewalk improvement plan. We're required to have one for PAL, it's a PAL fund requirement. Our plan needs to be revised and updated.
It's like 12 years old. And when Sam and I went through it, and even Lee, some of the projections of what we were going to be able to do in a given year, the costs have really increased, or they just weren't realistic at the time they put that together about what you can actually get done.
So PAL funds cannot be expected to fully cover
They won't.
the costs of streets and sidewalk improvements.
We're gonna have to do something about the highly used walked upon sidewalks because we have liability issues all over town. Where it's tripping hazards, the roots are exposed completely, there's sidewalk pieces that are shifting that you step on and they move.
So you're thinking Washington Street, Church Street?
The major
Alston.
corridors, Alston, First Street,
Yeah.
East Washington. And then also like the walk to school routes, like Virginia is a highly walked area for the teachers coming into school, for the students walking to and from school.
Yep.
And that has a ton of problems.
Okay,
Not Virginia, Green.
yeah. So, well, we haven't led a sidewalk project yet for this fiscal year. It's in the works. So I'll make sure that we look at every one of those and identify those panels that need to be
Right.
replaced.
And ideally, yeah, we would fix everything, but the ones that are the highly used ones have to be top priority.
Especially, I see a lot of people walking on Main Street too,
Yeah.
and there's some dangerous places.
There are.
Yeah,
We had one person fall right up by, across the street from Nash Arts. Got a black eye, an older woman. I mean, it could have been a real big problem. Thankfully, it
I
wasn't.
fell there too, but I jumped up real quickly to make sure nobody saw me.
well, in the past for those roots, they've
Uh-huh,
Right, they've done
ground
a
them,
great job of grounding and.
but the roots have swelled again, and now it's all
Right.
set. They just need to come out, those roots be removed and poured back in.
I used to roller skate on those streets. I wouldn't be able to do it now.
No, for many reasons.
more reasons than one, Louise.
And these are roller skates with a key.
Oh, yes, I know what you're talking about.
So we did the same with our water and wastewater infrastructure. Just give you a snapshot of what we know about our water system as well as our sewer system. So on page 133, I've already talked about this, but I'll go into more detail about the distressed utility systems and what's going on. Like I said, there are 5 utility systems in Nash County alone, including Nash County, that were identified as a distressed utility system. Okay. The factors that they use to identify these systems, and this is the LGC and NCDEQ that did this assessment. Financial factors, as well as the infrastructure and depreciation of the assets and the ability of the system to really generate enough revenue to cover the current expenses. Okay, we were not identified, but we did score points. We scored 7 out of the 9 points. I've included the assessment here that was used. My numbers, you can't really see my numbers because it's printed over. It looks like this page right here. Where it really gets into the assessment points. You can see where I've highlighted. Areas where I've highlighted, those are where we actually scored points. Where we're scoring points, looks like we're not generating enough revenue to cover our current revenues to cover our current expenses. They did something called a $1 million test. Our water and sewer fund doesn't have much debt, okay? So they're looking at debt. We don't have much debt. So they did something called a $1 million test. We did a $1 million project. How well could our system handle the debt service on a $1 million project? And so we scored points on that.
Which isn't good.
Correct.
Scoring points on this isn't good.
Okay.
UAL control issues, we actually had some write-ups. I'm not really sure what they were. We were cited. I don't know. I don't have any information on that, but that was one of the points. Operating margin and depreciation was a big one. Over half of our assets are depreciated.
Meaning they're at their useful,
They're past.
end of their useful life.
Well, it sounds to me like they're saying we're not charging enough for our water and sewer.
Well, interestingly enough, there is it's called an affordability. It's on page 137 down in the middle of the page. Some systems are scoring points because their fees are too high. Fees are too high because they have too much debt. They're not able to cover the costs, so they're having to raise the rates. And we don't want to be that.
So if we were to acquire some debt, like maybe getting a very low interest loan to do these inventories, how much debt do we need to accumulate?
I really don't think it's a matter of the amount of debt. I really think the issue is the projects and the inventory.
Okay,
Getting some of these major projects underway and getting a handle on our expenses. Something definitely is going on there. We've identified that. We need to find out what the problem is and we need to solve it.
Yeah,
Even at $1 million, we're over budget by 800,000 this year.
Mhm.
In 2 years, the $1 million project has paid for itself. If we have identified the problem,
Right.
we're able to get a better handle on those expenses once again. So I think that's the route where we need to go.
I think maybe, and of course, Patsy mentioned this morning, various grant and loan options. The USDA is a good source because of either very, very low interest rates, or I think she even indicated 0. Plus you can spread it out over a long term for the life of whatever the asset or project might be, which gives you some extra flexibility there.
yeah.
So I look-
My experience with USDA funding on water and sewer, though, if you're going to ask funding from them, they're going to tell you what your rate's got to be.
Yeah.
And if you don't want those rates, and usually they're quite steep increases. But, we're to a point where we have infrastructure that we have to take care of. The infiltration with the sewer, we smoke tested well over half the system last year, found a lot of stuff, but unfortunately, it wasn't anything that was really significant to I&I. Sewer cleanouts that don't have a cap on them. Well, they sat this high above ground and, whatever rain could get in from falling is what was getting in. It wasn't like it was below grade and all the ditch water was flowing into it. We didn't find that. We thought for sure we'd find some cross connections between storm sewer and sanitary. When you smoke test the sewer mains, the sanitary sewer, if there's a storm sewer that's cross connected with it, it'll bellow smoke. We didn't find any of that. We don't have houses with basements, So sump pumps aren't being put in. We didn't find any downspout drains going into the sewer. What'll happen there is when you smoke test, you can watch the roof lines and where the rain gutters come up or the downspouts come up, you have smoke coming out. Didn't have any of that. So it's got to be within the pipe itself, and that's what the televising will show us. And, you know, if it's a point here or there, and there are not very many, it won't take a whole lot of money to dig those up and repair them. But if every joint, every 20 feet is leaking, and we have to slip line the line in order to seal it up, that's going to be expensive. But we won't know that until we get the televising done. And we're going to start with where we know we have the worst problem, and that's with what goes to the South Creek Lift Station,
When do we start that?
March 16th, coming right up.
Who's doing it?
In Vision NC out of Raleigh.
I'm not saying we need to spend $1 million, but just hypothetically, $1 million over 20 years at about 2.5% interest rate. I believe when I calculated it, it was about $65,000 a year. So that's what you're looking at as far as the debt service payment of a project of that size, somewhere in that range. On page 141, we included the list of all of the winners, the recipients of the asset inventory assessment grant. You can see that a lot of the names here are names that were identified as distressed units. I just thought that was interesting. So you can compare. On page 148, we've already said it. The financial issue is asset depreciation. So what we looked at, and this is in our new audit, there's depreciable assets in the general fund are 63% depreciated. Depreciable assets in the water and sewer fund are 56% depreciated. Basically, what this means is that the town is investing in our assets at a slower rate than we are using the assets. So this can potentially lead to higher maintenance costs, could lead to disruptions of operations, and reduced efficiency. So solution to that problem is we need to revise the plan. We need to improve our replacement plan. We need to improve our strategies. And that plan needs to reflect current costs, realistic costs.
Are you here for taxes?
Yes, it's tomorrow through Friday. I'm sorry. That's
Okay.
We should really make a commitment on an annual basis to invest in our assets. On to personnel. So this is something that Lou had put together. She just gave you a summary of some of the things that had transpired this year. 8 full-time and 6 part-time new hires this year. Full-time and full part-timers were terminated or separated. As far as projected budgetary increases, we're going to budget that at about a 5% increase in health insurance and retirement.
Neither of those were realized last year, though, were they? We only had a 2 point something for health
We
insurance.
came in under budget, I believe. Yes.
Yeah. Keep our fingers crossed that those expenses don't go up 5% or higher.
As far as the pension rates, we pretty much already know what those are going to be and what she's got listed here. So it's expected to increase and continue to increase year over year. As far as work-related challenges that she's mentioned here, she's mentioned this before, she's brought it up before, but certification pay, we do believe that implementing certification pay would be beneficial in employee retention. And she also discusses a structured onboarding process that would also help with employee retention. I've also provided you with a list. This is actually what our new software looks like. That's kind of what our new software can do for us. This is each employee, what their current title is and what their current salary is. very back, and I actually, this that I put in this book, we're having some copier issues. The copier people have been out 3 times. I don't know what the deal is, but you cannot read this spreadsheet. So I have provided a clearer version for you. You can
Starting on
actually
page
read the numbers.
175.
Yeah, you can actually read the numbers. Those are just my very early preliminary line item estimates. Those will probably be subject to change.
Mine aren't too bad, but I've
You
seen
can't read
some
the
that,
totals. Yeah, you can't read the totals. Yeah. So now is the time, where we've arrived at the capital planning tab. Now is the time where we basically are going to turn it over to council to discuss. So on page 165, these are the potential opportunities, potential projects that we've identified in town and also within town, within town.
164.
164, yeah.
On page 165 and 166, I've given you the capital reserve funds, the allocated funds, as of what we're estimating the projected balance will be at the end of the year. At the end of fiscal year 2021, in the general fund, capital reserves will have about $620,000. And in the water and sewer capital reserve fund, it'll be about $460,000. And I did want to point out something, these capital reserve funds by statute, we have to do they can only be used for very specific things. Some of the things that we've got on this list really are not acceptable by statute.
Give an example.
We can only put items in here. First of all, we have to have specific items. We can't just use this as a general savings account. These funds have to be specifically allocated to some projects. And there are 4 projects. This money is for projects. Only items that by statute we can issue GO debt for can we use these funds for. So we really need to look at this list and do something and make this money work better for us. We've got things on here, for example, vehicles, equipment, those things are not statutorily allowed for capital reserve funds. We can
Websites.
have those funds identified in a capital replacement plan, but they don't belong in this fund. These monies, we need to identify what projects, we want to invest in. What direction, do we want to move this town toward? And we need to allocate those funds appropriately. I've just provided you just an article. This was from the School of Government about capital reserve funds. It was a good article. And I also provided you the statute itself, so you can, read that. And so now basically I turn the discussion over to you, just to discuss the capital reserve funds, any projects, anything that you've heard us talk about today.
Do about a 5-minute,
Yeah, we can take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break.
should have had that for, had lunch, then I
$60. And it's just made
Really?
It went up how much?
$60. It was 120.
Really? You sure you didn't have a leak?
They came and checked. I don't think they found one.
Huh.
I wash twice a week and wash my dishes twice a week in the
Mine
dishwasher.
stays steady.
Mine did until I got my new little meter.
Have you
I'm gonna go
checked
take it out.
might have a leak under the house?
Well, if it goes through the meter, Louise, we're able to check that. I mean, the new registers we put on, we can go out with a device and download 3 months worth of data. And it'll tell you in 15-minute increments how much water went through that meter every 15 minutes. And if there is a relative that comes and turns the water on and leaves it on, you'll know almost to the minute when they
I
shut
did,
it off.
I asked them to please come read it, but I hadn't heard from them. And my neighbors, I think hers was up by $200.
What?
Huh?
Something's going on.
No, there's something
Yeah,
wrong.
that's.
So
what
I don't know.
We're running into this many times a day, seems like. They're working really hard to replace those old meters, registers. And what happens often is the first reading is huge, and we don't know whether it's because there was some kind of issue with the way, maybe we transposed a number. Or it could be, usage that was not recorded for several months, and this does happen, usage was not recorded. It didn't
But
pick up for several months.
What was
and all of a sudden
what's
now it picks up.
your usage now with the new meter? You said,
I
one-
didn't even check it. I just saw the amount of money I had to
but it was
pay.
over $100, you said, right?
It was 120, I think.
So
Yeah.
she's a single person there. I have my family of 5 and we're like $72 per month. So how would that make sense?
Mine's
that amount of
usually 60.
And you've only had one
60,
bill since.
Right. I've just gotten one bill
Have to
since,
wait and
then,
see what
but
the
so I
next
have to
one-
wait and see what the next one is.
Remember some months back, I told you I had the same problem? Mine doubled, mine went up, my bill doubled. And nobody was there but just me and my wife. And
Has
it did it for 2 months. Now it's going back to where it used to be.
Like I can always tell when I fill my pool, then it goes higher than 100. But that's,
I didn't do anything different, but I don't know what
I can
happened.
always tell when my
And your
daughter,
guys come out, and the town came out and checked it. They put a meter on the house. I had a plumber go up on it, didn't have a leak or nothing, but we couldn't figure out
Huh.
why I doubled for 2 months in a row.
Did you get a rebate?
We can
She hadn't got back
reasonably
with me yet.
determine that the usage did pass through the meter. We typically do not give an adjustment. It's not our policy. Now, on these that is occurring, like for example, yours where they replace the register, we are working with customers because we're seeing crazy readings, 26,000 gallons, of course, we're working with customers on that basis.
Maybe to be down next time.
Well, they said they had
Most
replaced,
likely.
they said they had replaced something on mine.
yeah,
We will
the
work-
register on the top, not the meter itself, but did you guys want to do a quick review on 164 of some of the
Yes.
upcoming projects now?
Yes.
So some of these like Regency and Essex Road sanitary sewer projects, that's an estimate. Kevin's in the process, Varnell, of calculating a probable cost we got 21 lots in Regency and 27, I think, on Essex Road that don't have sewer. And he's calculating those. I think I maybe informed you in my weekly report that both of those are excellent candidates for CDBG grant funding. So I'm working with Helen with the Upper Coastal Plains Council of Governments and Ben Farmer. Those applications are due in September, but there's, like Patsy mentioned, there's a lot of groundwork that has to take place to get you ready to be able to submit your application. And one of them is we have to create a target area in those neighborhoods, and that's easy to do. You just look at the houses that don't have sewer, that's our target, and then do a door-to-door income survey. And 51% of the people in the target area have to be of low to moderate income. So we won't know if we're eligible to apply for those until that survey comes back.
So in the meantime, have their septic tanks failed?
that's what's happening.
One has failed completely. Another one has had up in Regency, a lot of difficulty with this wet weather. Now, they've experienced it before, and when it gets dry, it works fine.
Okay.
But we're also running into the
Ground
problem,
soaking it up.
especially with Essex, where the lot sizes are so
Ground's good
small that they can't even rehab their.
Exactly. So
There's
what do they do in the meantime while we're trying to get the grants and, everything is,
Fortunately, nobody's in that. I mean, Mary Jones was on Essex Road and we helped her out, allowing her to put an over the ground line through the ditch to the nearest
Has she
manhole.
taken that option?
Yeah.
Okay,
since-
I didn't
since
realize
like
that.
October.
Wait, in Regency, I thought you said Essex.
No, Essex, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Is
because.
that what that little white pipe is above the ground?
Yes,
going-
yes.
Mary's.
Not them going around the
Okay.
ditch, going,
So she's getting by.
Right.
To my knowledge, nobody else has experienced a septic failure in either of those neighborhoods. There's some that are close, but you're getting there on borrowed time. Those houses are all 50 years old. Those septic systems are all 50 years old. And over time, the tree roots grow into the drain field lines and plug them up. And they're on lots too small today to get a permit for a septic system.
We do have Ms. Jones in Regency, though, who is having her septic system failing, and she does want to do a temporary solution and not wait 2 years to hook up to the sewer. But her temporary solution is still, I think it was $3,000, was like.
$2,500,
That we were gonna do.
$3,000. Yeah.
So I think we do need to have a discussion for what we can possibly do for those households that have failing septic, that can't do any sort of rehab, that do need a temporary solution prior to us being able to accomplish this larger project. And something we might want to consider is like if it's an income generating house, we don't do any sort of match or anything like that. But if it's a residential,
Home occupied.
just property that's not being, rented for income, that maybe we could do like a 50% or something like that, where we can at least assist with this so that they can live for the next couple of years before we can get the bigger project done.
And we can have that on an upcoming meeting agenda in April, if you want to have discussion about that.
I feel like if we've already heard from 2 people in the last, 6 months, this is something that's going to continue to happen until we do the larger fix. Why not get ahead of it and have a policy set up for when we can help, when when we can't help?
Okay,
That's just my opinion, though.
because the larger fix looks like a couple of years down the road.
Right.
well, we won't be able to put the application in until September. We'll probably know in the following March if we're awarded. We can't start any part of the project till after it's awarded. Then we got to engineer it, go out for bid,
Yep.
award a contract, and probably 6 to 8 months for construction.
I wonder how many people are going to be in that.
And these are
Right, so-
all low income areas where, to come up with $3,000 or $5,000 is a very difficult thing to do.
Absolutely.
On that 164, 2-inch water main replacement, I'd handed out the sheet that showed if we take that footage and we divide it by 6, we spend about $100,000 a year. In the 6 years, we should have that taken care of. And I would like to see if our FY22 budget can be the first year for that. Same on number 3, cleaning and televising of that sewer fallout line. And that line's been in use for 37 years. We haven't opened a manhole in there in years. I'm not sure how we find a company that can actually come in and do that cleaning. I know they're out there, and $135,000 may be too much, but thinking about the challenges of physically getting to those manholes in a swamp, I don't know if $135,000 will even touch it. But we do need to clean them. We do need to televise them. We do need to inspect those manholes. Maybe that is where that 20% I&I is coming in, that we're sending the rock. I mean, it's groundwater that doesn't need to be treated, but we're paying for it. Item 4, assuming that once we get this televising done here in March, that we'll have places on the Golfers Lane and South Creek Sewer that we'll have to dig up and fix, figuring about $36,000. And that would be probably something I would recommend as soon as we know about. If it ain't a whole lot, we let a contractor go fix it and take care of it, as opposed to maybe waiting till the FY22 fiscal year. Won't know until we get that televising report back how bad it is. FY22, you know, our 120,000, 130,000 in POW funds is not keeping up with making sure our street conditions. I got 250 here. Honestly, we could spend $750,000 a year for the next 15 years. And I still don't think we would be caught up. You know, if you drive Golfers Lane, if you drive Birchwood, just about any street in town, you can see they're coming to the end of their useful life on the street surface that's there. And what we've done in a few neighborhoods to buy some time has worked, such as out in Regency and Indian Trail. And we did on Cross Street this last year, is the slurry seal. It buys you some time, but ultimately, you know, those things need to be milled down and you need to put 2.5 inches of asphalt on them. And if I were to guess, doing all of Birchwood from First Street all the way through to Club Road would be better part of $700,000. To give you an idea of the scope.
Slurry was an inexpensive alternative.
It's an alternative.
And asphalt was just,
It's less than overlaying.
it's cosmetic.
How,
It
and
is.
how often can you do it too? Because I'm just thinking of Alston, it already meets the curb line. So one more layer of slurry, now you're above the curb line.
Well, over asphalt, you would be. Slurry seal is probably anywhere from 1/16 to 3/16 cents of a surface.
We are hitting curb at this point.
Yeah, and you're on a state route, so that's not our concern.
But I'm just saying, like, slurry can only be done but so many times.
Overlays can only be done so. Slurries, you know, it adds very little to it, Kate, but
Okay.
again, that's why it's a Band-Aid. It doesn't give you any more meat to drive on or mass. It just, you know, seals up what the surface is to keep the water from penetrating. And that's where you break up problems. You get the cracks in the asphalt. As the asphalt ages, it shrinks. And when it shrinks, it cracks open. Now, if you don't keep ahead and keep those cracks sealed by putting crack sealer in them or as a slurry seal, you know, spraying the whole surface and it runs down in there, that's where your water gets in. And when the traffic goes, there's water sitting there, it pounds, and now you end up with a pothole and then a bigger one and a bigger one. 5 is $250 for a street overlay project. And again, as Sam mentioned, that 10-year or 12-year plan we have right now was put together about that length ago. And, you know, the town's done fairly good keeping up with that, but not in the product that was said at the time. You know, as asphalt overlays got more expensive, the last 7 years, we reverted to the slurry seal because we could afford that with the money we had available to do it with. We're going to have to do more, in my opinion, on money, and we'll see how, you know, put forth some initiatives
General fund money.
to go with it.
Basically, the state has said that, you know, the POW funds are not intended to be the main source of funding for streets and sidewalks. I mean, it's a town responsibility. It's basically the state's position on it. And we cannot really rely on the POW funds year by year to cover those costs.
Do the POW funds money come from gas tax? And
For the most part.
with EV, it's less tax, you know.
Well, COVID, nobody was driving, so. And then, of course, the DOT ran out of money and, you know, they're going to use it first.
They may reallocate the funds. I mean, they may further reduce the funds. We can't necessarily rely year by year on those funds only for these big projects.
I would like to keep up for FY '22 for sidewalks, about another 25,000.
You think that'll do it? That seems low.
Well, we'll know once I get through and have a project for letting here in a couple of weeks, how much we can knock off. You know, if a 4x4 panel costs you $12 a panel, yeah, you're right. It doesn't go real far.
And all construction costs are going through the city.
Right.
I mean,
The Cook Road, you know, I've put in our application for the EDA fund, or I'm sorry, the Golden Leaf funding, because that application was due February 18th. And we've applied for 200,000. For a while there, I thought we would be better off on the Golden Leaf Fund to wait till we had an economic development prospect that's pledging jobs. But then I learned Golden Leaf only funds about 5,000 per job. So I mean, we'd have to have something with 150,000 jobs. Sorry, 150 jobs to make it worthwhile. It was better to go after their open grant than wait for that immediate opportunity. EDA, you know, they will fund up to 500,000. If we get 200,000 in Golden Leaf, that would mean we have to come up with the difference on a $900,000 project. Now, I was also told that EDA, their application requires a preliminary engineering report. And if your usual engineer does that, then they can't bid to do the engineering once you get the project funded, the grant award. So I've asked a company out of Wilson if they would do the preliminary engineering report for that Cook Road water extension project. And they are agreeable to doing that. I guess I feel the town has used Stocks for a long time. Kevin and Mike are extremely knowledgeable about our water and sewer systems. So much to the point where I typically ask them questions now versus our own guys, because, you know, our guys have all retired and moved on for the most part, and they've taken that knowledge with them. But Kevin and Mike still have a good deal of it. Then we have the Windy Oak Storm Sewer Improvement Project. Need to continue with that and budget money in for FY22 for that. The Eastern Avenue Sewer Crossing, I'm still waiting for confirmation from Barn Hill on what those sewer crossings will cost if we only do one of the two. I'm thinking if it was 136,000 for two, you should be able to divide it in half.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's what you would think.
Mhm.
Well, I want that confirmed before I go talk to David Rose about it.
Okay.
Then, you know, exciting possibility here with working with Michael Hurt for, he's calling it now the Nashville Junction. And what he's proposed is if the south portion of that land that's with the building supply were put into a public parking lot, then he will take the building and repurpose it with up to 12 to maybe 16 retail/office suites in it that could have a combination of professional services, retail, restaurants, cafes, and also the idea of the stage on that same property as a venue to help provide business for the people in the old building, plus a place for the town to host various things like music Friday nights. Now, I'm not envisioning these things go 1, 2 in the morning. You know, things would be obviously shut down by 10 o'clock for all that. And then, of course, the farmer's market, those tea sheds behind the Nashville Building Supply that are just, there's no walls on them right now. He would put new roofs on them. He would concrete them. He would bring some walls partially down, but it would still be open from 8 feet up, put electricity and lights in them and some very large ceiling fans. And we could pursue having a Nashville farmer's market in there. Some of the preliminary costs for that Coy's come up with, put that at about $45,000. And there are some grants out there. Zebulon got several of them 7 years ago when they began theirs to help get it up and start it. And, you know, they still have financial sponsors now, but they also have vendor booth fees coming in that help offset the cost. But I don't think it's something that's ever going to be self-sufficient 100%, you know, generate its own revenue to the extent that it's going to cover all of its expenses. The land for the parking lot, if the town makes the parking lot improvements and builds the stage, Michael is willing to lease that to the town for $1 a year. The tea sheds for the farmer's market, not so much. He would have to have I won't say a full market rate for that, but some return because he's incurring those costs himself and bringing those structures up so that they could be used.
You're talking about an indoor farmer's market.
They'd be in those T sheds. It would be under a roof,
Under a roof.
not necessarily
Got
indoors.
that when he came to us.
Yes, yes.
He just mentioned the 250. So the
Well, he talked about the farmer's market, but he's saying that he's going to do all of the improvements. What's this $45,000 estimate? What's that for?
That's to lease the facility. That's to help pay the park and rec staff to operate it, program it and operate it. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
To organize it.
And
Somebody's got to be in charge of it.
whatever fees are generated from vendor fees will help to offset that cost.
It will.
If we have any sponsors, it will help to offset that cost. And then any grants will also help to offset that cost.
Right. I'm hoping if it does cost $45,000 to start up a farmer's market, a majority of that we can get in grants of some type to cover the cost. But as I mentioned in my manager's report, I don't have that all put together. Still working on that. Once we do, obviously bring it back to the council, and Michael wants to know on that if we're inclined to lease those. If we're not inclined to lease them or find an organization out there that wants to do a farmer's market, he's just going to enclose them and rent them out for storage. But when Coy and I were talking about it, those sheds could be used, in the off season when there's not a farmer's market there. We could have bags tournaments in there. We could have archery in those buildings. We could do axe throwing. We could have swap meets, gun shows, with that big parking lot there and some restrooms. We could host a lot of things there, flea markets.
Axe throwing.
That's the biggest thing now. It really is.
What's the bag?
It's turning up
Cornhole.
everywhere in
Oh,
small
cornhole.
places
Yeah.
like this. And there's usually alcohol involved, which is really scary.
Count me out.
Okay.
So all this comes to that 3.3 million.
Well, that's assuming that we're not getting any of these grants, right?
That's right, that's assuming.
One I didn't put in here that I just thought of as we were sitting here is the Indian Trail buyout. Now, I'm hoping most of that will be from INCOR, North Carolina Office of Resource and Resiliency, or Restructuring and Resiliency, but again, that application isn't going in till June. They wanted us to do the door-to-door income survey in late May, and then as soon as we do, put in our application for INCOR funding, and hopefully we would know back by August if they're going to. If we're going to buy out homes down there that are constantly in harm's way, it'd be about 15 of them. And, I got some concerns with what that neighborhood will look like after you pull 15 homes out of it. I don't like the thought of that, but at the same time, I don't like the thought of having residents who are in harm's way every time Stony Creek busts out of its banks, and we have to worry about it.
Once we buy these homes out, what then happens to the homes? Are they?
They get removed,
To get removed,
Okay.
torn down.
and some of them would be candidates for moving. Others probably just simply demolition.
Mhm.
And again, you have to have willing seller,
Exactly.
and it's going to be based upon, an appraisal of market value, and that's what they'll be offered. There'll be some negotiation and give and take, but, when I sent out correspondence here about a month or two ago, and I was surprised, I got about 15 calls, not 15, I got 5 phone calls back on that. And they were from landlords and they were from homeowners. And I heard the same thing. I've had this property for 15, 30 years and I'm ready to move on. I'm tired about worrying needlessly every time it rains, whether or not I'm going to be able to get out of here. So,
And once we buy out, the town owns the property.
yes,
Mhm.
And there's essentially not all that much that we can do with the property as far as
Can't put-
improvement, beautification, anything.
no, they come with deed restrictions, so they can't be built upon for,
I'm just thinking like community garden, like something to
Mhm.
make it nice for the Indian Trail community.
botanical gardens, open green space,
Okay,
Community garden like Rocky Mountain's got in their flood section.
some demonstration plantings with trees, shrubs, things like that.
okay.
Would the town be responsible for removing the homes?
It'll be part of the grant, Louise.
Part of the.
Yeah, the buyout and then the actual disposal of, and of course, the capping of the water lines and sewer lines with them are included in that.
Okay.
So
But they wouldn't have to sell unless they chose to.
it's voluntary.
Good.
So anyway, those are things that I guess I bring to the council's attention that I would really like to see if we could get something in the FY '22 budget for it.
The Cook Road Water Extension Loop, is that crucial? Is it something that, I mean, it has to be done?
No,
How much would we be out if we receive the anticipated grant funds?
well, there are 500,000 from EDA, 200,000 from Golden Leaf. So
200,000.
yeah, we would have to kick in 200,000.
Okay.
So 500,000 from EDA.
That's what the application would be for.
Okay.
Patsy mentioned Hillary Sherman, who's the EDA rep for North Carolina. And she's wonderful to work with. You know, I met her in person, I guess that'd be 2 years ago now at the annual meeting for the Upper Coastal Plains Council of Governments. And then I've talked to her several times on the phone and yeah, she has North Carolina as one of her states and she's committed to getting funding for projects in North Carolina, which is nice.
But you said the Golden Leaf is based on numbers of jobs.
Not the open cycle that I applied for.
Okay.
But, you know, where we're at a disadvantage with the West Nashville Commerce Park is if we have a prospect that is going to be a large water user. Because that water main comes from Alston around Cook Road to it. Now, it's a good sized 10-inch water main and carry a lot of water, but if you're going to have, you know, a large water user such as Atlantic Natural Foods, we wouldn't be able to supply them and still be able to provide fire protection flows out there, which is why the looping of it is necessary. Is it absolutely needed? Not at this time. But if we have an opportunity for grant funding for 80% of it, I'd like to pursue it.
And then if we were to do a very low interest loan for the remainder of it, would that help us with scoring on some of these other projects that we want to do?
Probably.
So anyway, Sam and I have spoke enough, you know, we wanted to give the council time to talk about things that you would like to see, knowing where we are somewhat with our infrastructure needs and where we're likely going to be setting financially to begin the FY '22 budget July 1st.
From my point of view, the sewer problem is paramount.
I agree.
I mean, above it, I mean, you know, if you don't have water and sewer at a rate that people can afford, then we're out of business.
And then they're paying town tax and they expect to have it, you know.
That's basic.
So when do we think we'll have at least knowledge? You said the end of April
Yes.
of what that problem is. So potentially we could have an answer by the time we're actually looking to finalize the budget.
Yeah. Yep.
And Fire Station 2, getting that land,
Yeah, I guess I didn't put that on there either. Good.
that's, you know, a priority. I mean,
We already increased the goalie tax.
exactly. And those two are big
Mhm.
and expensive.
I didn't put anything in here for a shell building with Lee Balance and the off Industry Court. If we follow that Tarboro model, he and his investors would bring 25%. We would contribute the land, and then they would get a loan for 75% of the building cost. And they would ask the town to make the principal and interest, I think it's just the interest payments on the borrowed money until such time as that building is leased or sold, or 5 years, whichever comes first. And then with the sale of the building, whatever dollar amount was paid to service that 75% loan would be paid back to the town. I don't know where Lease is pursuing that. He wants to get a couple other investors in with him. I don't know if he's accomplished that or not. But then, at the same time, we may have an opportunity with a economic development prospect for both of those lots and not have to think about a shell building,
Right.
which is really exciting to think about. And I can't go into any more details about that right now, but something's on the horizon there that if it comes to fruition, is going to be absolutely great for Nashville as an economic development project.
Have we made any progress with the conversations we had with Carolina Gateway? With the properties, surrounding properties?
They have not, they've given up on the one that represents 3 or 4 because they can't get an audience with them. So they're moving to number 2 on the list.
Is that the one that was across the bridge?
Yeah.
No truck stop, nothing with that. Okay.
So I know in the past, it's always been a discussion and a priority of the council with regard to community policing to make sure we maintain enough police out there to ensure that we don't have crime moving into town. It's been my observation over years, the crime in most communities follow the illegal drugs.
Mhm.
It just does. For whatever reason, it goes hand in hand. The drugs move into the neighborhood and the town, and the crime comes right with it.
And illegal drugs have taken a backseat to the virus. You don't hear as much about overdoses.
Yeah, I guess now that you point that out, you
I
haven't.
mean, the virus has taken, top billing. And so I think illegal drugs are under the radar and they're happening.
Oh, it's definitely happening.
I mean, and they have cover, and the cover is COVID.
Our police department is going to be applying for that COPS grant. Hopefully it'll get funded, and hopefully we'll get two officers. Chief wants to make one a resource officer for the schools and try to establish a much better rapport with the kids in the police department, something that is healthy that they can grow with as they get older. I don't know if there are any statistics showing where that long-term is keeps crime rates down and things like that, but it sure can't help. It sure isn't going to hurt anything if the kids are comfortable as they get older to talking to police officers and not running scared from them all the time.
There are people who say that should be a county cost because so many of the children who go to Nashville Elementary come from out in the county. And so why should that be a town cost? I've heard that. That the county
It
should.
might be worth a discussion with the
Mhm.
county to share in the cost.
Exactly.
Okay.
I know they don't provide resource officers for any elementary schools, but so that would be another point that would benefit Nashville, that, if you had a family that was looking to send their child to school, Nashville Elementary would be the one you would want to because it's safer type of thing versus another elementary school when people are looking to move. So I would say the vast majority of the kids are from inside of Nashville, but there are kids that are outside of Nashville.
Quite a few, if you just statistically.
But I
Most
think
come
it
from
would
outside.
definitely be a benefit to our town for many reasons. But it's worth a conversation with the county to see if they could share in that cost. Because obviously it's benefiting the school system as well.
And in one
Absolutely.
school that I was in, we didn't have an officer, but they let their police come by quite often to check on us and walk through the school just so he would be visible.
Other things you would like to see try to be worked into this budget.
Well, we got to, we've got to address the police department's vehicles every year.
Is it 3 this year or what?
Three, should be three.
Well, if you look at the assessment, I think it's 9,
Oh, well,
It's 12.
Part of
It
the
was actually
12.
27 in the current year.
But how many-
That's out of all of the
That's all
town's
the-
vehicles.
that's out of all town vehicles.
Right.
Well,
12
we
in
can't do
police.
27, so I mean,
12
12 in
police.
police. 0 in fire and 14 in public works and
You
1.
said 12 employees?
12.
Now, Public Works, we get all the guys with their CDL, some of them older dually 1-ton trucks that are in such bad shape, we wouldn't have to replace those. If the guys can drive the regular dump trucks, they can use them.
Aren't they getting licensed to do that?
Yes.
That's, I don't understand why we need 12 police vehicles. Help me
I'm
understand.
gonna be the first one to say that, but
You're talking about the police vehicles?
Yeah, help me,
Mentioning that
help
too,
me
'cause I thought that was
understand.
one thing that we were actually very responsible with in rotating out.
3 a year. Help me understand.
Larry, you remember when it used to be 2?
there used to be,
They were
there used to be
great.
two, there used to be 2 new ones and one that we got off the surplus lot from the HP. And that's what we stuck with for quite a while. So now we're at 3 new ones and we've been with that for the last couple of years, but I can't see doing 12.
But I just don't understand how we've
We
gotten
can't
to
afford to
12.
do 12.
Well, the old schedule, replacement schedule, identified vehicles at a 7-year rotation. So that's really too long. It should be 5 years.
Now, I don't know if we maintain that. I think we got maybe a year behind on that too.
So we don't necessarily need to replace all of these vehicles. Just a total of 27 were identified as needing to be looked at and some kind of decision to be made.
Now, if we get the governor's crime grant and put on 2 traffic officers, we get 2 new cars out of
Get
that.
2 cars out of that. Mhm.
So, if you stay with 3 plus 2,
That
that's
would be
5.
5,
Maybe make
Very
one more and 4, and we could have 6. We could do half of what that assessment says and have Kevin continue to work his magic on the other 6 for another year.
Thank the Lord for Kevin.
So what are we looking at for vehicles? Are we looking at the big honking trucks? Or are we looking at, cars or?
As SUVs, the Ford Explorers.
To the tune of what, 40?
I think those with equipment are probably, yes, around 40. You can get the vehicle for, 31 to 32, and by the time you upfit it with equipment,
Well, the 3 we've got this year that just came in, every one of them's pickup trucks, right?
they are. We don't need any more. I don't
I would
believe
think
in
we
that.
need any more pickup trucks.
Yeah,
I think you chose the pickup trucks. Well, number one, to have a variety on the fleet, but also because the sedans were
But
not
if you
available.
chase somebody, they're
I think the
trying to
SUV
leave.
Yeah, right, they're not. Everybody's going to SUVs now. They're forward.
So will a Ford. I mean,
Ford is
so will
what we're
a-
going to. And I can see that, but I can see we need more pickup trucks. And does the
If they no longer use cars,
Did the maintenance department necessarily need full-size pickups on all their new trucks? That we get for them? Do they
I
necessarily all
don't
need
think so.
full? I mean, couldn't we get some smaller trucks for some of the jobs?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we've talked about a whole lot of needs, a whole lot of big projects, things that are going to cost us a lot of money. So what it all comes back to me is how do we pay for that? And if we can't do it with grant funding and we're not going to, pull it out of fund balance, like we have to look at population growth in what you were putting in here and how do we increase, the amount of young families that we can attract here and how do we increase economic development? So I think we need to every year keep in mind, what can we be doing, big and small, to accomplish those things every year?
Well, I'm hopeful that the residential construction that we've got going up around town right now is gonna help us out quite a bit.
Well, he,
How much, I don't know, but,
Yeah.
I'm looking for them to help us out some.
And maybe that Nashville Junction
that would be huge.
will
for-
definitely,
But in another 6 months, this place out here behind,
We'll be taking
they'll
residents.
be taking residents in 6
Yeah.
more months. And for that, and that's what, 54 units in there,
55.
55 units
It's
in
more than
there?
that, it's 84.
Was that included in
The
your
one behind,
increase in our?
No, I didn't include that one in there.
The
Are you
senior
talking about the
building?
senior
the
apartment?
senior apartments, yeah,
84 units.
84.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, that's right, 55 was the Boda Cooper.
yeah, 84. I'm gonna look at that to help us some.
You know, and reasons, Liberty Acres too.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah, right, well,
they haven't started.
they
any
haven't done
part of
anything
that.
out there yet.
and how about Birchwood area that's gonna be developed?
Yeah,
Well, they put some plans in already for Birchwood, haven't
haven't seen them yet. They've talked to us about them, but we haven't received anything yet.
they? Okay,
You said it was a 15 to 20-year timeline.
Yeah.
to complete it. what they
It's,
wanna do.
it's 353 housing units. And, you know, obviously you're not going to fill that up in a couple of years' time.
353?
353.
That's a lot of housing.
You ain't kidding.
Isn't that
That's-
great?
I mean, it's wonderful for the tax base as far as that goes, but we also have to remember that towns are actively preserving green space and taking
Yeah.
back their green space because they've made the mistake of giving it up.
Yeah.
And that is absolutely things that families are looking for that open green space, for areas to walk, for places to bike, for places to safely bring their children. So,
Yeah, and that's not meeting full density. I mean,
Yeah.
full density would be almost 480, you know, given the acreage they have out there.
400.
Yes. They got 100 and I forget exactly how many acres, and
They're gonna be right on top of each other now.
no, that's at an R,
Acres.
that's at an R10 density. They can get 400 and some odd. And, you know, what we heard is a plan for 353. But some of that includes apartments, some of that includes townhouses, some of that includes duplexes. And, you know, with the ponds out there, they're not proposing to fill in the ponds that I've seen. So there's going to be open space and stuff associated with those. Then, you know, we also have the Austin Woods developer from Georgia on the Mail Family Farms holding behind Glover and Birchwood. It's 118 acres there.
Yeah.
They're talking 260. Now that's going to be it's not going to be a dense development. Now, there might be parts of it that are denser than others, but for the most part, what we've heard is single family residential. And a lot of that area that isn't being farmed right now is going to continue to stay woods. It's just too rough a ground to develop. But again, we don't have any plans on that. But, you know, those are two projects that could bring almost 1,000 new housing units to Nashville.
Mhm.
Well, we need to get Nashville ready, so it's, like you said, it's good walking area, safe place for children. And
plus the growth, yes.
yeah,
I mean,
and I love the idea of being able to walk from downtown up to another area, but we've got to make sure that sidewalk and everything's safe.
what do you guys think are the amenities that people look for when coming to a town? You know, older people, younger people, people with young families. You know, I always look at it as the amenities.
A lady told me the other day that she moved here because she had heard it was such a safe town.
Mhm.
So we've got to keep that
Yeah,
above all.
Your basic things you've got to look at first. Safety, affordability,
Mhm.
you know.
But as far as young families, I would say things to do.
Right.
As I said, you know,
absolutely.
safe places to have your children play, things for families to do together. A farmer's market would be amazing for that. You know, the concert series that we were doing, all things that bring the community together. You want to get to know your neighbors. You want to feel like you belong.
It was just like the movie the other night. I was amazed at how many people went to that.
Right.
People
Fun,
want something
fun
fun to
With your
do.
family.
And for the young executive, you got to have them something after 5 o'clock.
That's
And
true.
then I saw,
Yes.
That's true too, yes.
Yeah. For the
and
young
then someone
executive.
told me, you know, if you had somewhere to go in Nashville, you know, after 5 o'clock,
They
we
would
would
go.
stay in Nashville.
Mhm.
Right.
And someone told me that they were interested in opening up something if he developed
Yeah,
a shop, that she'd like to open up something there.
that may be a gathering place for young adults after 5 o'clock.
Could be.
We've got to have some eating establishments other
Yeah.
than
Yes.
typical
Other
fast
than fast
food, or
food.
either just above fast food.
That's definitely on the list. I think we've got
It's
enough
just like
fast
the little,
food.
little oyster bar. Who would think that
Right.
people would be standing outside to go into that?
Well, one of the ideas that steering committee got introduced at the last steering committee meeting from Withers Rathenall, our consultant on the comprehensive plan, is maybe an idea of redoing downtown. And what they're talking about is instead of having on the south side drive-in angle parking, you go to widen the sidewalk to another 20 feet out. You eliminate that drive-in parking, but you replace it with parallel parking. You'd have less parking right there, but if we continued it between Body and Alston Street on both sides, mostly on the north side along the county's parking lot there, you could actually increase the overall number of parking spaces on the street. And because they'd be difficult, they'd be hard to get into because you got to back into them when you parallel park, but they're safer to get out of because you can see what's coming in your mirror before you begin moving your vehicle. And it would allow those buildings downtown to all have a nice sidewalk area where they could display their wares. If there were more restaurants, they could have outside eating areas with umbrellas and
You're
That's one of
saying
the things,
expand the
the
sidewalk?
sidewalk. That's one of the things that I constantly hear, that you're invited downtown, but you're not invited to stay.
Yeah.
There's no place to sit. There's no place to grab your coffee, come outside at, a four top and enjoy your coffee. Outdoor seating for restaurants, it's huge. So I think that would be a huge improvement for that, but
it's just an idea at this point. Nothing's been decided.
Well, where the sidewalk is elevated, how would you extend it?
Well, on the eastern end, they thought the difference in elevation between the storefront entrances, you'd have almost 24, 25 feet to spread that fall, that there would be no step at all. But, once you get further to the west, there would have to be a step in there someplace.
I'd almost rather see it flat with a step, just enlarging both areas available for seating. Because if you have that downgrade, how are you going to do a table?
Where there's not much difference in elevation, Kate, it wouldn't be a whole lot of slope.
No?
But as you head to the west and the difference in elevation gets greater, yes.
Now, you're
We need to
talking
get
about
that really
restaurants and
big
eateries.
grant.
Now, you only got 3 of them downtown now. It's not the 3. You got a coffee shop, you got the bookstore, and then you have the oyster.
Yeah.
And that's it, unless I'm missing
Well,
something.
I think
We have some storefronts though that could come
there
in.
is, for sure, but I think a lot of people are looking to have that outdoor seating available. So many people who are looking to open up shop are thinking, well, why am I going to go here where I don't have any space for outdoor seating when I can go somewhere else where I do? I think another thing we need to talk about too, to your point of safety, is code enforcement and addressing our vacant homes. We're starting to see the results of it. Before it was just an eyesore. Now it's a serious problem where we're having, things occur on our residents' property. People are coming into their garages and hanging out on their porch swings and sleeping in their cars. We need to, and as you said, when drugs come in, that's when the crime comes in. And a lot of these vacant houses are going to be
Waiting for that.
prime areas
Yeah.
for drug dens.
And we literally have nothing budgeted to take down an abandoned house. And our FY22 budget can include money.
Got to do something, especially starting with code enforcement, starting to really slap some fines on these people so that if it's just homeowners that, don't feel like keeping up their property or selling it, maybe this will incentivize it.
Yes.
There's really several on Body Street that needs,
Yes, yeah.
They need immediate attention.
because I think somebody's living, not living, but I think they're
Squatting.
going,
Plotting.
because I walked at 5
Yeah.
o'clock in the morning and I saw someone coming out of between the 2 houses one
Mhm.
morning.
Well, our new planner, Sean, came to me yesterday and he said, I understand there might be some abandoned homes in town. Give me their addresses. I'll be
Good,
busy on them.
good. Excellent.
So he's a go-getter on that.
That's all do a drive around. Submit some
And give him the
addresses.
names.
Well, we got 4 in the Brooklyn area already.
Good.
And there's 2 on Body Street that I know of. One out in Indian Trails that hopefully, she's not living there, but she can sell it to some of, I don't know if it's too far gone to be saved or not. It's had a gaping hole in the roof for a year and a half now, and
Well, if our police department can identify some of these more dangerous ones where maybe there are people squatting, if we can start budgeting in our next year's budget for actually starting proceedings and getting rid of these
Yeah.
homes, I think that would be a great first step.
some of them, we're not going to find anybody responsible, and we're going to end up
Right.
taking them over. And
But you have to litigate, and I harken back to the house on Lumber Street. It took us about 3 years on that and $15,000, and by the time we paid attorneys to go after every heir scattered across the country, it was a big price tag.
what do you guys think of this? If it's a home whose owner is deceased and the heirs are in charge of it and they want absolutely nothing to do with it, seeing if we can contact them and they would just, here's a quick claim deed we prepared, you sign it over, you have your siblings sign it over. It's no longer, we will squash whatever liens we have against it.
Mhm.
It becomes the property of the town and we add a little more money to it and just simply take it
I
down.
think that's.
I think that's a great,
That's the
yeah.
simplest, quickest
Good
solution
way to do it.
that you're not expending a ton of.
And the
property.
cheapest, yeah.
Yeah.
There's a certain amount of legal process that you have to.
Right, but
Oh.
it'll be faster and less expensive than actually going
Yeah.
through the.
Yeah.
But if the legal owners are willing to just simply quitclaim deed it to the town,
We'd have to consider how much, if they have any other liens on the property.
Oh, so like if they have a
We'd have to
mortgage
do
on the
title
property or
search
something,
on it.
yeah.
Yeah.
But no, you're right. Any of our liens, any outstanding liens that we have, we can easily use that as leverage.
yeah.
But if it's other parties,
And if the house has asbestos or anything of that nature, sometimes you never know what you might be getting into. I did want to just point up, we hadn't really talked about the MSD fund. This year, we don't have any major projects that we're pursuing in that fund. As of last fiscal year, we had $75,000 in that fund. This year, we'll have another $35,000. So we'll have $110,000 or so in the MSD fund. These are just good money. We could really,
And I think we really need to start using some of those funds. We've been assessing the tax now for 3 or 4 years.
Are they going to do the parking signs?
they're doing the parking signs, and they're looking into the street lighting project for Barnes and Church.
Right.
I think there's a lot of hesitancy, or there was a lot of hesitancy to move forward with anything without having like 100% agreement from the public, just because of the debacle with the Christmas lights. But I think now the current board is very excited to quickly move and do some nice things with it.
Good.
If you all have any ideas for beautification, for improvements to downtown, to, they were talking about facade grants, and they were talking about incentives for bringing businesses into the empty vacant places. If you have any ideas, they're very open to hearing things. And then we can possibly come up with a plan to get some of those things done.
I think we could revisit that presentation. What was the lady's name? Brandy?
Hillary, who?
It was back when Julie was still here. She had the grant.
Hillary.
That really
Yeah.
nice
Greenberg.
presentation. Some of the ideas that she
Yeah.
had in that.
There were a
good.
ton of great ideas, yes.
Well, the rebranding one, coming up with something marketable about Nashville that
We need some green, we need some pots with some greenery in it. On
So-
this side of the street, it just looks so
We
bland.
talked about pots. We even had an example of a couple of pots that were almost self-watering, I think they were. And nothing ever quite happened with them because they were afraid that they were going to get up and walk away. And each pot was like $500. And then there was also the discussion of maintenance of whatever we put in, because we talked about even hanging baskets to be really pretty on the streetlights. But maintenance is another thing. So if we can
You
get.
just need to put a simple tree that won't not grow so big.
Right,
It's
you need
pretty.
something that doesn't have huge roots. So if we could talk with like the master gardeners about maintenance of whatever floral greenery, whatever we want to do. And I know a lot of the businesses said, I'll go out and water it, once a week, that's no problem. But again, like it's ideas that need to come back to them, because I think it was most of the previous board that said no, because the pots were so expensive.
Yeah.
And when people are taking, people's Christmas trees off of their front little areas, that they just got nervous. We were going to spend, all this money and that someone might just up and walk away with it.
It seems like some years back that was attempted, Larry. I don't know if you remember. And the ADA came to us about, people with disabilities not being able to navigate the street because of
That's
pots.
not gonna be that big.
Yeah.
Well,
No, they were-
widen the
but it doesn't-
sidewalk out.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think the ones we were looking at were probably about this wide at the top. They came down at the bottom. But we do. I mean, if you're looking through any town that you're just like, this is the cutest place. This is so wonderful. I love everything about it. There's always a lot of flower, greenery, just natural elements to it.
Mhm.
Hanging from the lights.
Right. Yeah.
These are pots that I was talking, I was gonna see if I could find them. Anyway, in Goldsboro, of course, they got that great big grant for how much?
Huge.
And it was huge, and they redid the whole downtown. They have water fountains now, and they have those big pots with trees that are just so pretty and green, and what used to be just so bland, and now it's just so inviting. And they picked up restaurants like crazy.
We definitely have to look into the pots because any of the small little grassy areas, the DOT won't let us put any sort of tree or shrub or anything in there.
Yeah, they're such fun haters.
Oh, walkability. So Coy did update us that they're going to be putting in a crosswalk with our guys' assistance, I think, where Stony Creek, the boardwalk comes and invites you to walk into the middle of traffic to then go nowhere. So now it'll connect the Stony Creek Park with the Stony Creek Trail with a crosswalk. But it is something like if you're walking from, say, the beginning of the courthouse to Cooley, there are very few places where you can cross
Yeah.
from one side of the street to the other
Yeah.
without taking your life into your hands. So do we have an update? Because that's another thing, like walkability. People love getting out and walking.
Right.
And I saw somebody with a double stroller. She's so excited. And then it took her like 20 minutes to get across the road because there's nowhere to cross.
You would think there would be one there on Alston Street by CVS and.
You have these ramps that just invite you to walk off into traffic.
But there isn't.
That's because of the balance.
We might need to look at that.
All
Yes.
growth.
Yeah.
So has the DOT, because I know you've been discussing with them the potential of
Just
crosswalks.
paint some crosswalks.
Yeah, and I guess I left that conversation kind of fall off and not follow up on it, but we could easily do one at Alston Street on the east side of the intersection. Be a perfect place because you got the stoplights there.
Yes.
You just have to back up the paint bar so you can get a crosswalk painted in front of it. And put some ramps on either side, because we got sidewalks at that location on both sides of Washington Street.
And then the other is on the corner of where First goes across to First Street Extension.
Yeah,
There should be something there because otherwise you have to cross over to Cooley. There's no place to wait. God forbid you have a wheelchair or something like
Yeah.
that. There's no place to stand and stay to then cross over there. There should be something on the other side of the
yeah,
street.
the west side of that intersection, we could easily, there's a little island, we'd have to move some of the signs posts so you could get a sidewalk in there, grind the curbs. The DOT would let us do that. We're not talking a whole lot of money.
Right.
Make
Because
that happen.
walkability around town, I think, is a huge thing for all of our citizens.
Yes.
Randy, you were talking about the lighting on Barn Street. You talked to Duke about that.
Mhm.
What, did they give you a figure about putting light poles? I mean,
It-
lighting.
Yeah, it depends what style you go with. I was rather shocked to find out the fixtures on the downtown decorative streetlights cost us $50 a month per light. And I couldn't hardly believe that. We can go with different fixtures that are significantly less. I mean, Duke Energy owns those poles and we pay a monthly fee for them. The committee that's looking into that was thinking about a different look, a different style of street light going up Barn Street. One that doesn't have the big loop and the teardrop, but just a straight decorative pole with some type of lamp on top. And the fixture on that would be anywhere from $15 to $18 a month. And the discussion all came back to, well, we got overhead lines of CenturyLink and Suddenlink there. And if these things are only 20 feet tall, you're going to be right in line with their overhead cable lines. So I have reached out this week to Suddenlink and CenturyLink, and, you know, the first thing I heard is, yeah, we can do it, but, you know, it's going to
Exactly.
be at your cost. So they're working up some of the cost, but it would make a huge improvement visually if just on that east side, we could get their stuff underground. We could redo the sidewalk from Washington all the way up to across street with a nice uniform width and placed, because that
Those
sidewalk.
sidewalks are pitiful.
Where they are.
Would the light be free, the new posts?
I think we would just pay for the monthly fee.
They supply them, you know, instead of being $50, they'd be more like 20, 22.
So the light itself, the post, everything would be free except for the monthly.
Well, you pay for it, but it wouldn't cost you anything up front. Now, the underground electric to supply it would.
Exactly. Like
Yes.
I think I told you about, what, almost 10 years ago, voted something like $500,000 to do all that up Barn Street. And that was
Now-
back then. And I'm thinking,
I did hear, though, that there is grant funding available if we could show somewhere on Barn Street, you know, some big economic development that was going to be producing jobs and things like that. So if we do the junction, would that possibly give us some sort of
Yeah.
grant funding that we could then,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Because that, I mean, that would really change Barn Street.
the look of it, yeah.
If we were to get those all underground and have some decorative lighting, that would invite, you
Other
know,
businesses to even come and build.
Right.
or-
and all of a sudden now you have a quaint little downtown area,
Extend it,
right?
yeah. I mean, you just turn from Washington on the Barnes and you look at the First Bank and how nice that looks, and then you get to Church Street, and then you look at it from there.
It's like a different town.
Yeah,
If we could get the property where old Murphy used to have his car lot at, there's been nothing there for ages.
Who owns that?
Mr. Murphy. I think he's passed on me. I think it's his son now. But, the last time they had an auction down there, he wanted brand new car, so that place is full of car parts. But he wanted, new car prices for parts that he had, that the cars are not even on the road anymore. And
Greed,
he didn't want to sell anything.
greed.
If we could get that lot for something and put something, if something else go in that space, that would liven up Barn Street some. But right now, it's just a metal building with a big vacant lot and nothing, no activity whatsoever.
And we're fortunate to have the county, you know, the courthouse and everything. It looks nice, but it does cut out half of
Oh, yeah.
downtown.
Oh, it takes out half the town. It does. Takes out half the town. Stand still now?
well, maybe recap a little bit. I guess what I heard, you know, try and budget more money in FY '22 for capital water and sewer type projects. Keep an emphasis on community policing within our budget.
Safety.
You guys like the farmer's market idea and the Nashville Junction idea, try and budget monies in for that. We got monies to work with in the MSD for some downtown enhancements and improvements.
And chase the money. Anytime you hear about grants or money, let's be like a bulldog and chase it. Get us some money to do some
they'll
things.
be on the fire station too
Mm.
property,
Right.
because without the property, we don't have a fire station.
We don't. And then, you know, figure out what's going out there on Old Carriage Road.
Yes.
Supervise.
Oh, right. Mm.
So we can right that ship, which is, you know,
And see if we can't do
We've
something
got to
about the
get the,
dilapidated houses.
yeah,
Older sewer fund
Right.
solvent.
Yes, absolutely.
code enforcement and vacant
Vacant
properties.
properties. That's a good start.
A good day.
Good day.
I have a request for any other long discussions that need to happen, if we could break it up, like 3 hours one day, 3 hours another. Because the childcare situation for a 7-hour block for me is very difficult.
So budget workshops in 3 hours.
if that works for everybody else, that would be
Half a day,
hugely
half a day
beneficial to
anyway.
me.
Half a day?
Yeah,
Probably good with the attention span on.
right. So like a 9 to noon or a 1 to 3 or
Right.
something like that.
When we go to lunch, don't come back.
Right.
Do your calendars afford for a closed session later this week?
Oh, later this week. I'll do it.
How much notice do we need to give for the closed session? Did you say
48 hours.
8 hours? Okay.
So we'd be looking at Thursday afternoon or Friday sometime.
I can do either of those.
It's a closed session. It's not going to be open to the public, so we don't have to have it in the evening.
Oh, okay. Well, Thursday, I've got 2 appointments, so that's gonna be tricky, but
Oh, that's right. Thursday, I can't do Thursday.
Does Friday work for you?
Friday morning is better for me because I think I'm getting my grandkids at noon on Friday afternoon. Friday morning. Otherwise, it would have to be evening,
Friday morning. I can do Friday morning.
That works for me.
Friday morning.
What time?
You want to go for 10 o'clock?
Sure.
It shouldn't last long, should it?
Well, I'm not thinking it'd be real long, but you guys are going to have questions with it, I'm sure, so.
They're just gonna say what they've gathered the information about to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Shouldn't take long. So Friday morning, 10 o'clock.
Okay,
Where, here?
yes.
Now, the only conflict I see is Vita Tax Services normally in here. That's
Oh,
Well, we can go in the back room
yeah.
if you guys are okay with that.
Mhm.
Or, if you wanted to, we could go to the rec center. I don't
Oh,
know
yeah, the
what
rec
he's got.
center is nice having that meeting today.
I don't know what he's got scheduled for Friday
I
morning.
can
but
check with him.
So you'll just let us know where to meet.
Yeah, here very shortly, so.
A parking situation is better here.
True, very true.
So
Well, let's strive to have it here.
Me and her actually parked here and then walked up,
Oh,
like
to the
right
rec
around the
center.
corner to the rec center, because it was crowded that day. So we're like, where else are we gonna park?
We could even have it in the conference room at town hall.
You just said where?
That's actually bigger than in that room, isn't it?
Well, you don't have your own restrooms and stuff.
That's true. I'm good with anything.
I am too, just let me know.
okay, so who's on first?
What's
And we've mentioned 3 different places. Where we
on second? So, well, since tax service is going to be here, let's plan it for town hall.
Town
I'll
hall.
just have it in
Okay.
the conference room.
What's the date for Friday?
Do they rent it to do
12.
taxes in?
That's what I thought. 12.
We don't charge them because they're doing a public service. They don't charge anybody for the preparation of the taxes.
Okay, I just didn't know.
Yeah, good question. They do a lot of taxes, man. I can't believe how many people, but nobody wants to mess up their taxes.
Well, it's good that there's some people willing to pay their taxes.
I wonder what it would do if we decided not to pay our taxes. What would happen?
Well, I
Good
can
with-
tell you a firsthand experience where I came from, where a group of farmers, I got tied up with some guy from Montana who told him he was a sovereign state and that you don't have to pay taxes. And it's true, you don't have to, but there are consequences when you don't.
That's true.
One guy lost his brand new $350,000 combine and his farm.
Oof.
IRS took it.
The old repo man showed up.
They get a little upset about that.
So it's true, you don't have to pay them, but there are consequences.
Well, do I hear a motion that we adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
That's right.
Wait,